dark prison, and glanced towards the guard, who had thrown a plate of cold rice on the floor. She did not sit up. Acting aloof, you love to eat, and yet you're not eating. The prison guard reached his foot in and cruelly crushed the rice. He had heard that Hannah had attempted to murder Mia Robinson, who had specially ordered him to torture Hannah while she was in prison. Hannah sat in the corner, her eyes fixed blankly on the dirty food on the floor. Outside the cell, the sound of the television could suddenly be heard from the prison guard's room.
Shine Group's CEO, Stephen Van, has returned to the city today. Right now, he has arrived in Houston. Shine Group is America's largest banking enterprise. Stephen Van officially took over the company 7 years ago. Today, his position as a corporate tycoon is unshakable.
Hannah froze. She rushed up to the door, trying her best to look out of it. The prison guard turned around to see her sorry figure kneeling by the door. She must have looked frantic, with her hands tightly holding on to the cold cell door and her bloodshot eyes fixating on the television. What are you looking at? Do you even know whom the news is speaking about? A woman like you doesn't even have the right to help such a person adjust his shoes, the guard said. Hannah bitterly lowered her head. Indeed, the person she was today was not even worthy of tying Stephen's shoes. It did not matter that this person, who had become Shine Group's CEO, had, 10 years ago, been her husband. She was once ambitious, proud, and stubborn. Back then, all she had wanted was a divorce, to completely push away this man who had spoiled and always protected her. For 10 whole years, Hannah hadn't seen him. But what did the television say earlier? Stephen returned? Did he come back from New York? From the television came the voice of the reporter, struggling to ask his question. Hannah's eyes brightened. He got married? While Stephen was certainly a distinguished man today, even 10 years ago, he had been an influential figure. With his good looks, no one could match up to him. Countless rich ladies had lined up, dreaming of marrying him someday. Right now, he must be very happy.
Mr. Van, you don't often speak in front of the media, but since this is a rare occasion when you've returned to Houston, could you speak about Shine Group's current? Is the lady following behind you Mrs. Van? Mrs. Van is indeed very beautiful.
A sweet female voice then spoke up.
I apologize, but Mr. Van won't be accepting any media interviews. Everyone, please move back.
Hearing that voice, Hannah felt as though lightning had struck her. That voice, it was her sister Melanie. Last Hannah heard that Melanie had suddenly disappeared right before their family had gone bankrupt. At that time, when Hannah had insisted on divorcing Stephen, it was Melanie who had encouraged her to try all sorts of incredulous methods, including cutting her wrist, to cause Stephen to distance himself from her, before eventually divorcing her. Hannah began to laugh. She laughed until her lungs hurt.
Since Mr. Van won't be giving any interviews, will Mrs. Van be willing to say a few words?
The reporters remained persistent in their questioning. Melanie followed behind Stephen, her face brightened up with a smile. Yet, at this moment, Stephen spoke up. His voice was apathetic, with no warmth whatsoever.
She is not Mrs. Van.
Melanie's smile stiffened. Uncomfortably, she licked her lips to hide her embarrassment. The surrounding reporters fell into a weird silence until a voice piped up.
Rumors say that since Mr. Van divorced 10 years ago, there has not been another woman.
Suddenly, Hannah could not hear the sound from the television anymore. A sharp pain came from her abdomen, causing her to fall against the floor as blood rose from within her chest, spurting out of her throat. It seemed that these people in prison had been slowly feeding her poison for the past 3 months. Was her life going to end here? Hannah slowly regained consciousness and experienced a sharp pain in her lower body. It hurt to the point where her body stiffened. A whimper escaped from her lips, but was instantly quieted by the man on top of her, who sealed her lips with a kiss. The next time she regained consciousness, Hannah found herself looking at an expensive chandelier hanging above her. She lay upon silk sheets that were soft and expensive. She felt like she was lying on a cloud. It was unbelievably comfortable. Where was she? She sat up, staring in disbelief at her surroundings. This was the room that she once shared with Stephen in Houston's City Park. How did she return here? Wasn't City Park sealed away a few years ago because it had been unoccupied for so long? The aching pain in her lower body reminded her that this was not a dream. She glanced down at herself. The young body's skin was soft and white, as though it had not experienced the past 10 years of pain and suffering. Instead, her shoulder and collarbone were littered with love bites. She quickly pushed the blanket off herself, rushing into the bathroom to look at her reflection. 10 years ago, Hannah was Houston's most prominent lady. With a face praised by all, she was beauty personified. Every man who met her would instantly be drawn to her. As long as she smiled, numerous men would offer their lives to her. Hannah could not believe the face staring back at herself in the mirror. Had she undergone rebirth? Before she could recover from her shock, the door was suddenly pushed open. A sweet voice called out, "Hannah, last night did you and Stephen..." Seeing the love bites on her body, the voice instantly became sharp. "You slept together?" Shock ran through Hannah's body. Turning around, she saw the sour-faced Melanie. The scene was so familiar. Not only had she been reborn, but she had also gone 10 years in the past. The very month before Stephen divorced her. Last night was the first time she had shared a bed with Stephen after half a year of marriage. She was always against this so-called family marriage alliance, willfully insisting on a divorce. Stephen was always considerate of her feelings and had never forced her. During the month before their divorce, he endured all of her temper outbursts. And because she said that she didn't want to see him, he would even work at the office until late, choosing to either return when she was asleep or not at all. Yet, everything that happened last night was Melanie's idea. She said that so long had Hannah drugged his wine and found some woman for him, it would be sufficient evidence that he was having an affair. She could then file for a divorce. What kind of man was Stephen? If he had no defense in his own home, the moment he realized there was a problem with his wine, he instantly refused to let anyone touch him, and he tossed Hannah, who was about to escape. It was also this night that Hannah had seen Stephen in a different mood. He was not as calm and gentle as he seemed, and he was not capable of enduring her behavior forever. He had pressed her down on the bed, fulfilling his role as a husband without a care for anything else in the world for the entire night. They made love. Everything that happened last night felt so clear in her memories, which meant that she had been reborn. "Hannah, didn't we promise that after Stephen drank that cup of wine, I would drive him out of City Park?" Melanie asked, walking towards her, her tone hiding her unhappiness. Hannah woke up from her daze, staring at her sister. Ever since Hannah's marriage, Melanie had frequently visited her at City Park. Without noticing the confusion that flashed in Hannah's eyes, Melanie grumbled, "How did you end up sleeping in his bed instead?" Hearing this, Hannah smiled and asked, "His bed? Isn't this our wedding room?" Melanie furrowed her brows. "I'm just anxious for you. Now that the plan is messed up, God knows for how long your divorce will be delayed." Hannah walked towards her, looking at Melanie's suspiciously transparent silk outfit and intricate makeup. Hannah asked indifferently, "Melanie, why are you wearing that? Thank God I didn't have you take him home last night. If anything had happened, how would I be able to face our family?" "Huh? Oh, Melanie carefully hid the guilt in her eyes. It was too hot last night, so I changed into a thinner set of clothes. It's the beginning of winter. Is it that hot? Perhaps out of discomfort, Melanie quickly changed the topic. It's not especially hot. Look, Hannah, since the plan didn't work, I think if this goes on, you should just pretend to commit suicide. Oh, suicide? Hannah dragged out the word. Thinking back, from the
night before his wedding day, Carl finds his fiancée, Daniela, in bed with a stranger. Carl can't bear to look at them any longer. With his heart broken, he rushes towards the lobby where he meets Daniela's sister, Monica.
I know it must be hard. I saw them go inside the hotel room. You deserve better, Carl.
What am I going to do now? Everyone will laugh at me. The guests are already here for tomorrow's wedding. How will I face them?
I have always loved you, Carl, but sadly, you never took notice. My heart beats for you. I will happily marry you, only if you let me.
Carl and Monica marry, and Daniela wakes up to an empty hotel room with no memory of the previous night. Who was she with? And why did she cheat on Carl? As destiny would have it, Daniela finds herself pregnant after that night, with no clue about who the father of the baby was. But she somehow knew who would have the answers. She goes to confront Monica. She knocks on her door. Monica, open up. I need to talk. It's very urgent.
What is it, sister?
What happened that night? I need to know. The last thing that I remember was that I was dancing with you, and then
I drugged you, and you ended up in the bed with a stranger. You cheated on your fiancé that night. I informed Carl about it afterwards. He deserved to know. He dumped you and
then married you, abandoning me for a crime that I did not commit. Baby, she tries her best to remember that mysterious man she had slept with that night, but to no avail. Years pass by. Daniela gives birth to a boy. One fine day, Daniela tries hitching a ride on her way to work. A limo stops for her. She is astounded to see a devilishly handsome man sitting at the back seat. He is the same man she had slept with on that fateful night. Will she be able to identify the mystery guy and confront him? Will she tell him about their child? To find out more, listen to the free audiobook, The Accidental Mother, only on Pocket FM. Download the app now.
Episode 1. The Most Beautiful in Michaeltown. Michaeltown. In an expensive and luxurious presidential suite, a slim figure lay sprawled across the lavish bed. The black evening gown she was wearing was almost completely torn apart, revealing soft, delicate skin that was as white as snow. A woman's long black hair fell lightly over her shoulders, the contrast making her thin shoulders appear translucent like the finest jade. A figure stood by the bed, pushing the young lady's soft black hair away, revealing a face with exquisite features. Her lips that were pink like opening cherry blossoms. Hot. It's so hot. Very good. The person by the bed snorted contemptuously, then took out a cell phone as they walked out while making a call. Are you arriving soon? She's in room number 2608. The effect of the medicine is starting to kick in. You can have your way with her the moment you come up. Remember to take some racy photos for me once you're done. Don't worry. This little sister of mine is still a virgin, and is Michaeltown's youngest beauty with looks that can kill everybody. You're very lucky this time. The door to the suite closed. The person on the phone had not noticed that the thick, curled lashes of the girl on the bed had already fluttered open. Monica Green, the burden that Daniela Green's stepmother had brought along with her when she married into the Green family. She was older than Daniela by half a year and was usually quiet.
she mostly kept to herself. It was completely unexpected that she would drug Daniela during her 19th birthday party. Daniela supported her weakened body as she got up from the bed. A stream of unfamiliar heat burned throughout her body. She licked her dry lips and ran out shakily. She could not let Monica's plan succeed. The elevator suddenly sounded when Daniela was still deciding which direction to run to. She immediately tensed. It was probably that person that Monica had arranged to come. Daniela quickly ran in the opposite direction. That person saw her the moment he walked out of the elevator and shouted loudly, "Stop there! Don't run!" Daniela did not know how long she ran for. It felt like an eternity. She was exhausted and leaned against a door dizzily as the person that was chasing her appeared to be turning the corner of the corridor she was in. The medicine was starting to get stronger. She no longer had the energy to run any further, with both her legs having lost all their strength. Would she really not be able to escape? At this moment, Daniela realized that the door she had been leaning on was not closed properly. It opened with just a slight push. She entered the room quickly and closed the door. She fell heavily onto the carpeted floor. Her head was getting heavier and everything around her was starting to spin. There was an unnatural redness on her face, though the bright color made her natural outstanding features appear even more enchanting. She panted heavily with her mouth wide open. The turbulent warmth within her had seemingly drained all of her energy from her body. She needed to drink water. She needed to quench her thirst. Daniela stumbled into the room in a daze. She suddenly tripped over something. She fell forward onto a man who was lying on the bed without any movement. Oh! The lights were turned off in the room. The curtains were also pulled closed tightly, covering up any form of light. Daniela could not see anything clearly. Her face seemed to be pressed on top of something burning hot. In the darkness, the man opened his fierce, deep eyes. His handsome features were hidden in the darkness, but his eyes were piercing like a hibernating beast. "Who is it?" Daniela did not know why there was a man there. His voice was husky and cold, without any hint of warmth, but to her it sounded like a lifeline. Her instincts were telling her he had something that could help her. She reached for the thing that her face was resting on, caressing it gently in her daze. "Little kitten, be good. Don't move around so much. Your older sister is really thirsty, so let me go and find some water to drink first." The girl's voice was very soft and mesmerizing. When she spoke, her hot breath surrounded that part of the man, and a rush of heat flowed immediately towards his lower abdomen. However, he had just woken up and had no energy to move at this point. "Who sent you here? Scram!" The man had yet to finish speaking when soft lips bit into the tip of his nose. A fragrance that could only have belonged to the girl suddenly flooded all of his senses. His every muscle instantly tensed up. Daniela did not know what had come over her. What was she saying and what was she doing? She did not feel like herself. She straddled herself on top of the man's flat abdomen, then followed her instincts, pressing her red lips against his without any further thought. The man had a refreshing smell that Daniela liked, one that was full of manliness. She nibbled on his cool, soft lips, then made her way across to his chin, his jaw. Her breathing was a mess, and a soft whimper left her flushed lips. "I feel really uncomfortable. Can you help me?" The man was about to tell her to scram when her lips pressed deeply against his again, restraining his words from coming out. Her soft, fragrant tongue slipped into his mouth, young and inexperienced, entangling him somewhat awkwardly. Neither of them could see each other's faces clearly,
but they could both feel the boiling hot temperature exuding from both of their bodies. Daniela's delicate arms wrapped around the man's neck tightly. She did not know what she could do apart from kiss him. She buried her burning face into the man's neck and gave a painful moan. "I was drugged. I feel really uncomfortable." Daniela had no idea why she felt an inexplicable trust towards this man. Perhaps it was due to the fact that he had been lying in the bed without making any movement at all. Perhaps it was because he had not hurt her, even after she had kissed him like that. However, she had not considered the primitive instincts of a man. When she moved to kiss the man once more, he jerked suddenly, turning and pressing her underneath his body, straddling her instead. In the darkness, Daniela could feel an extreme attractiveness present in the man's cold and dark eyes as he gazed at her, drawing her to him like an endless whirlpool. She could not help but swallow nervously. Her hands crept unconsciously into the man's shirt. Her fingers gently caressed him, lightly dancing across his clearly defined abdomen. They started to have a mind of their own and moved lower instinctively. It was painful. It was so painful. It felt like her body had been forcefully split open by an axe. Despite all the pain she was in, her drug-induced body only wanted more. Her hands grabbed the man's tensed muscles, demanding more from his taut, strong arms as her hands drew traces of blood scratched across his body. In the presidential suite, the thick gray curtains were drawn tightly, with limited light filtering into the room, though one could vaguely still see the faint sunlight making its way from outside. It was daybreak. The room was filled with the overwhelming scent of sex. Upon the bed, the young and delicate girl slowly opened her eyes. As her soft lashes fluttered open, they revealed dark black orbs that held a hint of confusion and disorientation after having just woken up. Her soft, thin waist seemed to be trapped under the muscular arm, full of strength and imperfect proportion. A man lay behind her, his chest joining to her body in such a way that there was hardly any space between them. His breathing was light and shallow as his chest heaved up and down rhythmically. Daniela felt an overwhelming fear in her heart as she gradually recalled the memories from the night before. Her small hand moved up to cover her lips. It took some time for her to be able to come back to her senses from the shock and disbelief, incredulous over what had happened. She glanced at the man behind her before pulling his muscular arm away from her waist. Her body was threatening to fall apart, but she forced herself to get up and pull herself off the bed. After she picked up her clothes that were thrown haphazardly all over the floor, she fled the room as quickly as she could. A period of time had passed, and the man slowly opened his eyes. There was no longer any trace of the girl beside him. As he lifted his hand, a pearl earring fell softly upon his palm. The Green family mansion was located in the last row of a residential area, which housed only the rich and affluent. Daniela got out of the taxi painfully and dragged her limp, exhausted legs towards the living room. She had barely reached the entrance when she heard cheerful laughter coming from inside. "Carl, are you sure you can give me this pink diamond necklace as a gift? I'm not your fiancé. I'm basically your sister-in-law. If Daniela found out, she would skin me alive." So too, the result of a betrayal. Daniela's maternal grandfather and Carl Forrest's grandfather were comrades in arms, having fought together in the war during difficult times. As a result, the two families had always been close. The marriage between the two had been set in place since the two were children. Over the years, as Daniela grew older, Carl had become extremely satisfied with the arrangement and having her as his fiancée. After trying to date her for 2 long years, Daniela finally agreed to give it a try last month. The moment she walked through the door, Daniela could see straight through to the living room. Monica held tightly onto Carl's arm as she pouted. "Carl, do you think I look pretty wearing this?" Daniela walked straight into the living room without changing her shoes. The moment she entered, Daniela attracted all of Carl's attention, and his gaze lingered on her, seeming to forget about Monica completely. Daniela was reasonably tall, at 5.5 feet. She had been discovered and photographed by a talent scout when she was only 14 years old, and had become quite well known in the modeling industry, having been featured in various advertisements and pictorials. Her skin was fair, she was beautiful, and her figure was amazing. For Carl, he had nothing to complain about regarding Daniela's appearance. She was stunning. The only thing that he was not happy about was that she was too soft-spoken and boring. He felt that she lacked the gentleness and consideration that Monica had. In the 1 month that they had been dating, they had not even kissed yet. She would always use various reasons to evade or reject Carl's advances, such as being still too young or that she wanted to wait until their wedding night. She would always be very unwilling whenever he touched her. Carl swallowed his saliva as his brown eyes glanced at Daniela's fair, shapely legs. Monica's heart boiled angrily in jealousy as Carl was completely ignoring her now that Daniela was back. "You're back, Daniela? Oh, right. I didn't see you after I went to the bathroom last night. Where did you go? Why didn't you come back for the entire night? Oh my, what's on your neck?" Carl strode towards Daniela when he heard Monica's words. His body trembled in anger, and his fists clenched at the sight of the obvious hickeys on her fair neck. His face darkened. "Daniela, what did you do last night?" Daniela met Carl's enraged gaze. She had the slight urge to cry as her red lips opened to explain. "I was drugged by Monica. She wanted to ruin my innocence." "Carl, don't listen to her nonsense. How could I have drugged her? I had been—" From the thunderous expression on his face, it was clear that Carl did not believe Daniela's words. He had drank too much during the birthday celebration the previous night, and Monica had been taking very good care of him. They had even done some very intimate things, and although they did not go the whole way, they had done everything they could have and should not have with the alcohol raging in their bodies. Originally, Carl had been feeling a little guilty facing Daniela, but an inexplicable anger rose up from within him after he saw the number of love marks on Daniela's neck. He had treated and cared for her like she was his most precious treasure, unwillingly putting aside his needs due to her hesitations, but now she had been touched so intimately by another man before he had? Carl's gaze turned cold and sharp. His rage was like an arrow with poison added on its tip. He did not care to listen to Daniela's explanation at all. "I had always heard that you were promiscuous, that you had some treats up your sleeve. I never believed them before, but look at you now. You were only acting chaste and innocent in front of me. The reason why you didn't let me touch you, no matter how many times I initiated it, is because you'd long been dirtied by sleeping with other men, isn't it?" A loud, furious slap landed on Carl's handsome face. Daniela was so angry that she was trembling from head to toe. She glared at Carl and lifted her chin arrogantly in retaliation. How was this the warm and tender-hearted person who had cherished her when he was interested in her? She was the one who had suffered and taken the blow with what had happened last night. She felt wronged, and the fury raged through her veins at the injustice. She had been plotted against by Monica and lost her innocence because of it. Not only did he not believe her, he was hurting her even more by believing the lies created by Monica and slandering her. Was this the like that he had always proclaimed he had for her? "Carl, I'm going to tell you one last time. It was Monica who plotted against me last night. Do you believe me or do you believe her? Where's the evidence then? Carl had his hand on the angry red print on his cheek from Daniela's burning slap. His face stung, and his expression was so dark and terrifying as he glared at her maliciously. You don't have any evidence to prove that Monica framed you, because this is your true nature, promiscuous and shameful. Carl was so angry, he was almost spitting in rage. He liked her so much that he couldn't withstand not being able to touch her because she was unwilling. He tolerated her excuses. He did not even kiss her. He could not believe she could betray him in such a way, and not only did she not cherish herself, she slept with another man after pretending to be pure and innocent. Monica took one look at his face and knew that Carl would not believe her no matter what she said. Monica was too good at hiding her true self. She would cry and tear up at the smallest things, making herself out to be the most innocent and harmless person in the world. Daniela took a deep breath in before her red lips curved into a cynical expression of disdain. If that's the case, Carl, let's end our engagement. Carl was stunned. She was able to end their engagement so easily. Did he have any space in her heart at all? Daniela turned away from him without a second glance. She walked towards Monica, raised her hand, and gave her a long, hard slap across the face. Daniela, you... Slap. Another slap landed on her cheek. Daniela! Slap, slap. 2 consecutive slaps. Carl grabbed Daniela's thin wrist, holding onto her roughly. His expression was menacing. You dare to hit Monica again, Daniela? Monica's fair and delicate face was puffy and swollen as she held onto her reddened cheeks. Her misty eyes welled up with tears. She looked extremely pitiful. However, she did not dare to hit Daniela in front of Carl. My face hurts so much. I really didn't plot against Daniela last night. She's accusing me... Carl looked at Monica's red and swollen face. There was even blood at the side of her mouth. He then glanced at Daniela's slightly childlike but exquisite face. A glint of disgust flashed through his eyes at the thought of her sleeping with another man. He pushed Daniela with force without holding back any of his strength. Tramp! He then pulled Monica, who was about to fall, into his embrace and held her tightly against him. Daniela was still wearing her high heels when he shoved her. Her body lost balance and she fell backwards from the force of his push. Her back collided hard against the coffee table. The sharp pain made her eyes tear up, but she blinked them back quickly, not wanting to give them the satisfaction of seeing her hurt. Monica looked down at Daniela and smiled wickedly. Her expression showed she was pleased, and her eyes taunting as she leaned further into Carl's embrace. Daniela had a fever. Her throat was scorching dry, and she felt her body burning up as she tried her hardest to fall asleep. Giving up, she got up from her bed and stumbled tiredly out of their bedroom, her whole body aching with pain. She needed to get some water to soothe her parched and aching throat. As she passed by the master bedroom on the second floor, she saw a sliver of light from inside and heard some hushed murmurings. On impulse, she walked towards the room. Aren't you afraid that Daniela will find out that you had a share in helping Monica drug her? If you don't say anything, I don't say anything, and Monica doesn't say anything. How would that girl find out? That idiotic girl Daniela would never have dreamed that Monica is actually your biological daughter. She also would never have guessed that we were lovers before you had even married her mother, and that you only married her because of her grandfather's assets. How pitiful. Sam Green smirked coldly. She would definitely not know since she's as dumb as her crazy mother. She's also been spoiled rotten by me. Besides, so what if she found out? I've already transferred all of the old man's remaining assets so that they're all under my name now. Although we still don't know who she slept with last night, her innocence has been completely ruined. The Forrest family definitely wouldn't want such a daughter-in-law anymore. Carl will only have Monica in his eyes from now on, and can love her wholeheartedly. Episode 3. Pregnant. Daniela covered her mouth in disbelief as she stood by the door. The blood within her turned freezing cold, and she stood there as if petrified. Her maternal grandfather was once a part of the prominent 4 families in Michaeltown. However, the families were greatly reduced after her uncle's death in a car accident, and her grandfather passed away from high blood pressure. His remaining assets were inherited by her mother, who was not skilled in managing her assets. Since her mental health was also not stable, the inheritance was managed by Daniela's father, Sam. Her parents had filed for divorce not long after. Her mother went abroad for treatment and recuperation, while Sam continued to manage the company. She would never have expected that her father would have silently transferred the inheritance into his own private assets. Daniela had been living with Sam for the past few years. He spoiled her constantly, giving her whatever she desired and letting her do whatever she wanted. She was brought up to be proud and willful. She was also arrogant and overbearing. He had never said any harsh words towards her, even when she was disrespectful to her stepmother and stepsister, Olivia Major and Monica. To her father, she was merely a spoiled daughter who was no longer of any use to him. She would never have imagined that her father had married her mother only because of her grandfather's assets. The most unbelievable thing was that Monica was his biological daughter. The father she had always respected and loved was a wolf in disguise. He was too cruel. How could he conspire with Monica to help ruin her innocence? Monica was his daughter. Wasn't she, too? A wave of inexplicable pain tore at Daniela's heart, and she stumbled back to her room in a daze, her fever long forgotten. Daniela buried her face into her blanket and curled up into a fetal position. Within seconds, there was a large wet patch on her pillow. 2 months later, Monica and Carl were now engaged. Daniela shook her head at the scene, her expression cold as she watched the two exchanging their rings and sharing a loving kiss. Daniela left the hotel immediately after leaving the ballroom where the reception was being held. She had no interest in staying any longer than was required. Monica chased after her with her head high, clad in her pretty 10-inch heels. Monica raised her eyebrows and smirked haughtily at Daniela, completely unlike the gentle and harmless young woman she always portrayed in front of others. She stared contemptuously at Daniela's exquisite face. "Daniela, I always had to restrain myself under your bad temper. I tolerated you for so long, so I could stand where I am today. I feel so accomplished seeing you fall to the dust and lose everything we once had. Let me be frank with you. I've always felt nothing but disdain towards you. You are unworthy of everything you have, so everything that you've ever owned will be mine, including Carl Forrest. I'll be the Forrest family's young mistress in the future, taking your place. I'll be the one everyone looks at and looks to. Even though you've always thought that I was a burden, my life will be 100 times more wonderful than yours ever was, and ever will be. Haven't you always looked down on my mother and me with your condescending attitude and arrogant face? Dad is now the person in charge of the company that your grandfather built up and left behind, and my mother and I will become part of the upper class. If you don't like it, just try and stop us. You don't think Dad would have tolerated you for so long if it wasn't to help me get Carl? He would have sent you abroad a long time ago. Now that Carl and I are finally engaged, scram. Go and find your crazy mother." Daniela stared at Monica's disgusting, self-righteous face and lifted her hand threateningly. However, she had not even touched a strand of hair on Monica's head when Carl stormed over, pushing Daniela away ruthlessly. "Monica is now my fiancée. Don't even think about harming her again." Daniela felt extremely sick to her stomach as she watched Carl escort Monica back into the hotel, his arm wrapped around her protectively. In the hospital, a doctor wearing spectacles stared at the pale Daniela as he looked down at the copy of her results. He furrowed his eyebrows and passed her the report. "You're pregnant." Daniela shook her head in disbelief as she stared at the checkup results. "It's impossible." "There isn't any mistake. You had intercourse with someone at such a young age. If you know how to enjoy it, don't you know about the proper methods of protection?" Daniela bit her lips hard. Her lips reddened, but nothing else changed. After a long while, she said slowly, "I can't have this child, doctor." She was only 18. She was still a child herself. How could she give birth to this child? 4 years later, in a large shopping mall in Michaeltown, a woman with skin as fair as porcelain and dark, silky hair falling upon her shoulders in soft waves caught the attention of every person she walked past. A pair of wide-framed sunglasses rested on her pretty head. Her features were flawless, exquisite, like that of a cultured painting with red, pouty lips that were delicate and seductive. The woman was wearing a mint green coat complemented by a pair of high heels. Her stunning figure was tall and slim, and she walked with a natural gait that rivaled a professional model on the runway. She was pushing a shopping cart where a small boy was sitting, wearing a baseball cap, denim overalls, and an English-style plaid shirt. Although the cap covered his eyes and nose, one could tell from a glance that he was a handsome and cute baby, just from his moist lips and adorable chin. "Pretty sister, Liam has already listed everything that we need to buy." The small boy lifted his head to gaze happily at the eye-catching, beautiful young woman. The moment he lifted his head, many people could get a clear glimpse of his face. His features were exquisite and looked like they had been carved from jade. He had large, ink-black eyes, a well-defined little nose, and soft pink lips. The boy would have looked exactly like a prince from a comic book if it was not for his overly pale skin. Were the two mother and son, or were they siblings? They were both very attractive. Daniela looked adoringly at her cute baby as a bright, beautiful smile broke out on her face. "Liam is so awesome." "Sister, Liam darling." A clear voice sounded from behind them. Daniela turned around and saw her best friend, Noella, waving brightly to Liam and her. "Pretty sister, it's godmother." An incredibly charming smile appeared on Liam's adorable little face. He was going to be a real lady killer when he grew up. Noella ran to the two and immediately gave Daniela a huge hug. Noella had been desk mates with Daniela for all their 3 years of high school, and they had long since established a strong friendship that weathered the ups and downs. Although they could not meet in person when Daniela went abroad 4 years ago, they still made sure to have video calls at least every 2 weeks to stay in touch. As such, Noella was one of the few people who knew about Liam's existence. Noella impatiently grabbed onto Liam for a big hug after hugging Daniela, enveloping him tightly in her arms and holding him close. She was incredibly fond of the little one and never wanted to let go of him. "Godmother, you're hugging so tight that Liam can't breathe." Noella let go of Liam with a wide smile, although her eyes stayed on Liam's face unshamedly. "Sister, his genes are too good. Can I reserve a spot as Liam's baby's girlfriend?" godmother is so pretty. Your boyfriend in the future must be more handsome than Liam. Liam's large black eyes turned to look at Daniela. Liam belongs to pretty sister only. Noella felt extremely attacked, as if she was knocked out with 10,000 points of critical damage. Apart from having good looks and a lovable personality, Liam, her sister's baby, was also completely loyal to her. Noella was so jealous that she felt like she could die. Sister, what do I do? I really want to steal Liam and bring him home with me. Daniela smiled. That's all right, as long as Liam is willing. Noella pouted. Go ahead and show off your relationship. After shopping at the supermarket, Noella wanted to take Daniela and Liam to celebrate her return, with a big meal at the city's revolving restaurant. Well, I don't care. Sister, I'm still angry that you didn't even tell me that you were coming back today. I could have gone to pick you both up at the airport. You have to let me treat you to a delicious meal. If not, our friendship is over. Half an hour later, the 2 adults and 1 child arrived at the top floor of Michaeltown's only 7-star hotel. The waiter at the front of the revolving restaurant stopped them. I'm sorry, but the restaurant has been completely booked for tonight. Noella was speechless. Who was the nouveau riche to book out the most extravagant restaurant in Michaeltown? Daniela comforted Noella at the sight of her indignant and disappointed expression. It's all right, Noella. It's the same even if we eat somewhere else. Noella pouted. I really wanted to meet that nouveau riche. The 3 of them had no choice but to go back down to the lobby. Just as they reached the entrance of the hotel, Noella turned around and gestured for them to stop. Sister, wait here with my adorable little godson. I'll drive the car over. Okay. Daniela and Liam stood behind a large marble pillar. As they waited, her phone rang, and she walked forward a few steps to pick up the call. Liam leaned against the pillar, and his ink-black eyes moved around under the baseball cap, observing the people around him carefully. Suddenly, a distinct silhouette came out from the revolving door, attracting Liam's attention with its cold demeanor. A man strode out of the entrance, dressed immaculately in a long, classic black coat that he pulled off easily with his tall stature and broad shoulders. A pair of fitted, perfectly ironed dress pants covered his long legs. His short black hair was sharp and stylish. His face was well defined with a perfect jawline and flawless features, like that of an artisan's treasured sculpture. His features were deep and cold, while his eyes were sharp, with a piercing gaze that could freeze a person to their bones. He exuded a strong, dominating aura that was both overwhelming and intimidating, preventing anyone from getting too close. Episode 4, Meeting at the Hotel. Liam could not help but lick his lips. That uncle was cool and handsome, though still not as he was. His strides were long and confident, and behind him followed a pretty lady. The cool uncle furrowed his eyebrows, not showing any intention to stop and wait for her. The lady was struggling to keep up with him and looked rather pitiful. Jordan, I know that I'm wrong for using my older brother's name to book out the entire restaurant. I just wanted to ask you out since I'm about to go study overseas. Won't you even accompany me to have a meal together? The lady pouted unhappily as tears glistened upon her eyelashes, making her eyes appear lovelier. I don't have a habit of dining with females. The man did not show an ounce of gentleness or sympathy, no matter how pitiful she seemed. Her tears simply had no effect. He did not turn his head, nor stop his footsteps. I like you, the girl shouted after the man's tall and cold back, tears falling down her cheeks. Several people were standing at the front of the hotel entrance and turned to look at them curiously. Having just finished her phone call, Daniela could not help but glance at them. Although all she could see was a crying young woman chasing after the domineering figure of a man's back, who looked extremely noble and exceptional in his long coat. Daniela was about to turn her head away from the scene when the arrogant voice of the man drifted into her ear without a hint of warmth. "I'm not interested in you." It was a clear-cut rejection. Daniela could not help but glance at the man's back a few more times. He was about 190 centimeters tall. The tailored black coat covered his lean, straight body flawlessly. His presence was so intense and intimidating that a glance from him frightened a young girl nearby. She had her phone up, intending to take a photo of him. She put it down immediately and did not dare to look in his direction, her head down and shoulders trembling. "Sister, what are you looking at?" Noella asked through the car's open window, having driven it over to the entrance. The man could no longer be seen. Daniela quickly turned her gaze back to Noella. She was somewhat surprised that she could actually stare at a man's back for such a long time. Daniela shook her head with a smile. "It's nothing." Before they got into the car, Liam suddenly turned back to look at Daniela, his childlike voice asking seriously, "Pretty sister, did you see cool uncle that was more handsome than me? You're not allowed to like other unknown men apart from Liam." Daniela stumbled, almost falling at Liam's words. She had originally wanted to abort the baby after discovering she was pregnant 4 years ago, but the doctor told her that she had a rare blood type. If she were to abort then, there would be a high chance that it would either be hard for her to fall pregnant again, or that it would result in habitual abortion. She struggled for some time before she decided to have the child. It was not easy to be a single mother. She completed her studies abroad while also taking care of her son and her sick mother. Nevertheless, she was still unlucky. Liam had been diagnosed with leukemia a month ago. Noella's older brother John was a specialist in this area. Daniela had brought Liam back with her to seek treatment from him. Phoenix Hospital. Dressed in the doctor's white coat, John called Daniela to his office. "Liam's condition is stable for now. I'm trying to find a suitable bone marrow for him in the bone marrow library and the umbilical cord stem cell library. But before this, you may want to get his father to come to the hospital to take a matching test, just in case." Daniela's heart skipped a beat. She did not know who Liam's father was. How would she get him to come and take the matching test? John suggested letting Liam stay in the hospital to ensure that he received better treatment, since there were professional nurses to help take care of him. The fees for the treatment and incoming surgery were on the higher side. Even though Daniela had savings, she planned to slowly recover what belonged rightfully to her mother and her since she was back. Daniela's mother was a well-known anchorwoman when she was in her prime. Since she was a child, Daniela's dream was to follow in her mother's footsteps and sit on the broadcasting stage. She studied broadcasting and hosting while abroad, while looking after her mother and taking care of Liam. Noella called Daniela to tell her that NCTV broadcasting station was recruiting an anchor person. "Pretty sister, I heard from Godmother that you're going for an interview at the broadcasting station, right?" Liam, sitting on the medical bed, wearing a white and black checkered medical gown, asked excitedly as he swung his long legs back and forth. Liam was a lot taller than most children his age. Daniela could faintly remember that the man she had slept with that night was very tall. Although Liam resembled her a lot, his height was probably inherited from that man. "Pretty sister, Liam knows that he's good-looking, but aren't you tired of looking at me after 3 years?" Daniela laughed at Liam's words. Her slender fingers pinched his soft cheek. "Mommy won't get tired of looking at you for the rest of my life." Wow, our pretty sister really knows how to sweet talk. The boy's sweet smile made his eyes sparkle as if there were stars weaved into them. I want kisses and hugs. Daniela pecked Liam's tender cheek. Of course, I only sweet-talk you. Pretty sister, when I was chatting with Nurse Jane yesterday, she said that my eyes don't look like yours. Do my eyes look like my bad daddy's, who slept with you but didn't take responsibility? Daniela pursed her lips and smiled. Maybe. I can't remember what he looked like either. Then you can start looking for him based on Liam's eyes. He might be the one if he looks like me. Daniela laughed at Liam's childlike chatter. She got up to change her clothes in the washroom. When she stepped back into the room, Liam's eyes brightened at the sight of her. Pretty sister, you're really, really pretty today. Although she was the mother of a cute 3-year-old, Daniela was only 22 years old this year. She was still in her youth and looked vibrantly fresh and pretty, no matter what she wore. Liam pumped up his little fist into the air towards himself as his childish voice sounded, Good luck, pretty sister. I can't wait for the day when my sister is sitting on the broadcasting stage. Mommy will do her best. Thank you, baby. The sky was dark and cloudy, indicating an incoming storm. The gods seemed to want to stop Danny from heading to the broadcasting station, as the taxi she was taking broke down after they got onto the highway. A black Rolls-Royce drove on the highway with its high beam on. The car's speed decreased as it passed the other cars, while the wipers moved quickly to stave off the heavy rain. Martin, who had been driving steadily through the blurry road, suddenly stepped hard onto the brakes as the car almost knocked into a slender silhouette that had dashed over in the rain. Fortunately, his driving skills were good enough, as he managed to stop the car a few centimeters away from the figure. He looked through the rearview mirror as his head dipped slightly in apology at the sudden stop. The man had just returned from a business trip and had not rested properly for days. At the abrupt stop, he had already opened his obsidian eyes and narrowed them slightly. His sexy scarlet lips opened slightly. What happened? Martin was ready to reply when someone suddenly tapped on the car window. Martin lowered the car window. A stream of wetness surrounded him, with the rain falling in and dampening the interior. His eyes showed a hint of surprise when he saw that it was a young lady who had knocked on the door. Young lady, is there anything you need? Daniela smiled slightly at Martin, who was so nervous that he appeared somewhat cute. Her dimples appeared faintly and made her appearance shine even more. Her beauty was incomparable. Hello, it's like this. The taxi that I was on broke down and won't be fixed anytime soon. I'm in a hurry to get to an interview. Is it possible for you to help me to get to a place that is convenient enough for me to get a taxi? Martin looked behind him, intending to ask the person in the back seat. Daniela, however, had mistaken his action and thought that he was telling her to sit in the back. Danny opened the door and closed her umbrella, ready to get into the car. However, she then realized that the back was not empty. A man was already sitting. Episode 5. It can't be that coincidental, right? He's from 4 years ago. Daniela hesitated somewhat when she saw him, momentarily pausing her action to get into the car. The man took off his suit jacket. He had a crisp white shirt underneath, together with a business vest over it, making his figure sharp and exquisite. There was a chest brooch on his wrist, and its elegant and classic design sparkled. His long legs were spread slightly apart. His stance was proud and arrogant, while his long, defined fingers rested on his knee. She could see a glimpse of the expensive watch hidden under his sleeve. He had his eyes closed slightly, while his head tilted towards the car window on his side. Danny could only see his well-defined nose, pursed lips, and handsome jawline from where she was standing. Although she could only see half of his face, it was still full of manliness. He was very handsome, but his appearance was detached and cold. Even Danny, who had long been disappointed in men, had to resist the urge to turn his face towards her and take a good look at his face. Pursing her lips, she got into the car and closed the door. The car started again, and Daniela said, "Thank you." The man next to her ignored her completely, while Martin, sitting in front, replied with a curt welcome. Danny was dressed professionally in a white shirt paired with a black pencil skirt. Her sinful pair of long, fair legs was attractively on display. There was a large wet patch on the right side of her waist, and her shirt stuck tightly to her skin, showing a trace of her perfect waistline. She tied her hair into a low ponytail, showing her gorgeous with the blushing lips, together with her fair skin. She was a vision, indescribable charm where one could not take their eyes off of her. Even Martin, who usually had a substantial degree of self-control, surreptitiously glanced at her a few times through the rearview mirror. However, the man next to Daniela did not react. He remained in the same arrogant sitting posture he had been in since she got in the car and totally ignored the beauty next to him. Danny wiped away the water droplets on her body with a piece of tissue. She glanced at the man's perfectly tailored black suit trousers from the corner of her eye. Although she had not seen the man's face from the front as he was turned towards the window, the man's nose, lips, and face shape were somewhat familiar to her. She felt like a mess when she suddenly recalled the surprise she had felt that morning 4 years ago. Oh my God, it cannot be that coincidental, can it? Her gaze moved languidly up from the man's trousers, taking her time to look him over. She took in his muscular chest and broad shoulders, pausing at his habitually pursed lips. His lips were thin and fierce-looking, exuding an arrogance that placed him above everyone else. Liam would purse his lips in such a manner when he was angry too. Daniela moved towards the man unconsciously. With such a short distance between them, she could smell the man's fresh yet cold masculinity mixed with the faint smell of tobacco. He smelled deep and rich, yet dominant. It was a smell that was extremely attractive and could easily tug the hearts of women. It was hard to pull away, and unconsciously, her heart beat a little faster. Since she had grown up in a rich family, she did not have a clear concept of what was considered to be a handsome man, as she was accustomed to seeing finely dressed gentlemen in the upper class. The only thing she had her mind on was that she wanted to see what he looked like. She needed to see him from the front. Her body moved even closer to him. There was only a palm's distance between them now. As he drove, Martin glanced at the back through the rear mirror and was so surprised that his hands quivered. He pressed hard on the emergency brake in his panic at seeing Daniela sitting next to the man. She was not prepared for the sudden stop, and her body fell forward from that strong momentum. Just as she thought she would collide against the back of the seat in front of her, a cold palm caught her wrist smoothly, holding her back in a firm grasp. As Danny's skin was soft and smooth, she could feel the calluses on the man's hand the moment he caught her wrist. It was dry, slightly cold, and somewhat numbing. It felt like it was gently exfoliating her. The firm fingers on her wrist pulled her back into the seat with an easy grace. Once she was seated steadily, the man released his grip and said coldly, without looking at her, "Sit over there." The Rolls-Royce started moving again. Martin let out a relieved breath for Daniela, seeing that she was not thrown out of the car after her transgression. The man sitting behind him had become independent and established in his own business when he was only 18 years old. He was already the CEO of SG Multinational Corporation at 26 years of age. He was the youngest, richest, and most handsome example of success in the business world worldwide. His reputation was legendary, and he had people throwing themselves at his feet to worship him. He was a born genius and was made to be in power. He was loved and admired by countless rich and powerful women, though he was chaste and never let himself get close to any female. Up until now, Martin had yet to see any woman with the capability to take down this arrogant and unapproachable man. Daniela could naturally feel the man's coldness next to her emanating in the waves. She looked down, and a mischievous smirk appeared on her face. Her left hand touched the ring she was wearing on her right middle finger. She never had a lack of people wooing her. She wore the ring that her mother gave her since she did not like the men revolving around her like crazed beasts after their prey. It made people think that she was already attached, and it suited her perfectly. Danny took off the ring and threw it lightly towards the floor in the direction of the man. There was the soft sound of the ring falling and brushing onto the fabric. The ring landed on the man's trousers before it slowly rolled to the bottom of his seat. As the space in the car's interior was not too large, together with the fact that the ring had fallen where the man was seated, there was no way Danny could not get it back. She looked hopefully towards what she could see of the man's handsome and aloof face. Her voice was laced with a natural softness that was as sweet as honey. "Excuse me, sir. I dropped my ring. Can you help me pick it up?" Silence. Quietness. There was only the steady sound of Daniela's soft breathing. She stared at the man's fierce jawline for a while as the silence stretched out into nothingness, becoming slightly awkward as he ignored her. She felt defeated. It was the first time she had met a man who was so icy that it seemed like the air around him would freeze. He was definitely not as cute as the guy in front who was driving the car. Daniela stopped talking when he responded and was only attacked by a wave of coldness. Knowing that she would not get any reply, she moved back towards the other side of the car. The rain continued to pour outside, and she turned her attention back to the view outside the window. The two sat on opposite sides of the car, separated by an uncrossable galaxy. Danny had never been as affected by a man in a long time. She resisted the urge to steal glances at him to see what he looked like from the front. 4 years ago, Carl Forrest had made her so angry that she had the impulse to punch him to the other side of the Pacific Ocean. And now, this man who was sitting, not speaking, and as immovable as a statue, had sparked her interest and given rise to her dormant impulses again. As the car left the highway, Jordan Moore interrupted the silence. "Stop the car." Martin had been serving Jordan for a few years now, which is why he naturally understood what the man meant. He stopped the car and nodded slightly towards Daniela. "I'm sorry, miss, but we can only help you until here." Danny showed her understanding. "Thank you for taking me this far." She opened her umbrella and got off the car. A few seconds later, she walked carefully to the other side of the car, trying to defend herself from the rain as much as possible. The window had been lowered by the man inside. A large, slender, and well-defined hand stretched out. A round ring with an embedded diamond was held between his index finger and thumb. It was the ring that Danny had dropped on purpose. She looked over at the man unconsciously. She had almost forgotten about the ring. The man tilted his head and looked out, seeing that she did not take the ring after a few seconds. The young woman was standing in the rain under an umbrella. She was tall, lean, and fair, and had an otherworldly radiance about her that was so beautiful that she seemed to glow, even as she stood under the gloomy sky. The rain continued its downpour, obscuring his vision and hers. Danny finally got a clear look at the man's appearance the moment he leaned to the side. Her breath hitched as her heart hammered in her chest like a thundering beacon. His eyes had a biting depth to them with a sharp and intelligent gaze, while his nose was well-defined and perfectly complemented his firm jawline. Elegant brows framed the top of his face with a flawless complexion. His features were handsome, like a character from a beautiful painting. Jordan stared at the dazed Daniela. He looked down slightly to see that two of the buttons on her shirt had opened, and the lines of her full cleavage came into view. They were so fair, and she was so well endowed that it hurt his eyes. He furrowed his eyebrows, and there was a tinge of annoyance in his fierce expression. He threw the ring directly into Danny's bag before he pressed his finger firmly on the button to shut the window and block out the offensive view. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and lit up a cigarette without another word. He inhaled once and gestured towards the road, his voice cold. "Start the car." Daniela only regained her senses after the car was long gone. She shook herself and touched her cold palm to flushed rosy cheeks. She had been too shocked by his face earlier and did not think to ask for his contact, let alone even try to remember the car's registration number. She was doomed. Michaeltown was huge. How was she going to find him? Episode 6. Her beauty was rare. Daniela could not believe that the man she just saw was the one that she had slept with 4 years ago. She had only given him a glance before she left the room. Besides, it had been a few years. Even if her memory was good, it had been enough time to blur the details of that one bizarre encounter. If she could meet him again, she would first get a strand of his hair and use it for a DNA test to compare with Liam's hair. Daniela had moved a few steps forward, covered by her umbrella, when another thought occurred to her, and she noticed that something didn't feel right. The strange look the man gave her when he threw the ring into her bag. Daniela looked down anxiously, her ears with embarrassment when she realized that 2 buttons on her white shirt had opened without her noticing, revealing the edge of her black lace bra. She could also vaguely see more than an outline of her ample chest, her creamy skin exposed for the world to see. She quickly buttoned up the shirt. How long had it been like that? Looking in the direction the car had disappeared, she bit her red lip and ran her hand through her hair. She scoffed, her elegant brows arched in consternation. If anything, she is the one that was taken advantage of. She allowed him to see her breasts for nothing. By the time Daniela reached the broadcasting station, the heavy rain and bad traffic made her more than a little late. She had tried to get to the company as quickly as possible, but to no avail. Monica walked out of the main hall with a flare of confidence. She was wearing a pair of strappy heels, her long hair cascading down her back in elegant waves. There were a few women walking beside her, who had attended the interview as well. They were all congratulating Monica, who had been accepted on the spot. Monica was wearing an elegant dress, dressed exquisitely from head to toe, not a hair out of place. It was clear she was no longer the ugly duckling that was once brought to the Green family by Olivia Major. Monica froze for a few seconds when she saw the disheveled state Daniela was in, before her lips curved up with disdain. Monica moved her diamond-studded sunglasses from her eyes to her head and walked past Daniela with her head held high. Daniela was a few steps away when Monica's soft and coy voice simpered from behind her. "Carl, you're back from your business trip? I have missed you so much. Daniela froze. She kept her back straight and headed towards the elevator, not looking back. Carl hugged the petite woman who threw herself into his arms. Just as he was placing a chaste kiss on her forehead, he saw a slim and sculptured figure from the corner of his eye. His dark brown eyes paused on the pair of long and slender legs, taking their time to travel up her curvy body to appreciate the beauty. She was wearing a black skirt that wrapped attractively around her voluptuous behind. Her beautiful legs were long and slender and reached to the high heavens. Her figure was more than exceptional. It would be hard to walk past her without being drawn in. Taking in her fair skin, its milky white complexion so creamy and soft, so fair, it almost blinded him. He wanted to run to her and hold that face in his hands, holding down her beautiful legs and ravaging her until she begged for more. Only one person owned such a ravishing pair of legs in his memory. Daniela. Was she back? The blood in Carl's body started to rise within him as he strengthened the grip he had on Monica's waist. He adjusted his collar, which had suddenly become too tight, too constrictive. Monica looked up from his chest. The long-forgotten jealousy and anger in her heart started to swell within her again at the sight of Carl's heated gaze in Danielle's direction. He was still thinking of Daniela, even after they had gotten engaged and announced it to the world. She clutched onto his chest, fingers clenching tightly. That bitch was seducing her fiancé the moment she would turn. Daniela was stopped by the receptionist at the front desk when she reached the interview room. The first stage of the interview is already over. Please leave. As a broadcasting station's newscaster, being on time was the most basic requirement. If an interviewee was unable to comply with the condition, they would be rejected during the first stage of interview. There was no room for any negotiation. Daniela did not try to go in forcefully, nor did she make any excuses for herself. She was in the wrong for being late. 5 interviewers walked out one by one from the interview room after she had waited for about 10 minutes. Using the chance when the receptionist was not paying attention, Daniela hurried over and politely addressed them. "I'm very sorry for being late, interviewers. I hope that you can give me another chance." The interviewers looked at each other. One of the experienced newscasters at the front of the group furrowed his eyebrows and replied coldly, "The first stage of interviews is already over." The receptionist realized what was going on and immediately tried to pull Daniela away. She was cursing at the shameless woman under her breath when a stern voice spoke across the corridor, interrupting them all. "Wait a moment." When Daniela had addressed them, she was modestly looking down, and the people present could not see her appearance clearly. That's why the first thing one would notice was her voice. Her voice was pretty and pleasant to the ears, her words gentle and tactful. It had a soothing quality to it, with an inexplicable appeal that attracted them like bees drawn to a field of wildflowers. From her short apology, one could tell she was different from all the others. Hannah Grace, who was the CEO, and the woman who told them to wait, decisively stepped forward. She looked at Daniela and said, "Look up." Daniela straightened her body gracefully. Although her clothes had become damp from the heavy rain, it did not affect her beautiful appearance, and she was as radiant as ever. Her eyes widened in amazement. Her lips were ruby red, teeth a pearly white, and her eyes were sparkling and full of life. She was a born beauty. Most importantly, she was not shy and had enough confidence to seize any opportunity, as one could tell from her asking for a second chance. She was both innocent and charming, and had a pleasant aura that everyone noticed. Even though there were already several beautiful anchorwomen in the broadcasting company, and there were many young and pretty young women that came for the interview today. Daniela's type of beauty was rare. She was unique, had a captivating character, and had the ability to draw the audience in. Daniela's beauty was rare and not vulgar. Several of the male interviewers had their eyes fixed on her, their gaze focused and very different to their initial response when she had interrupted them. Han Mo coughed lightly. After a short discussion with a few of the interviewers, they decided to give Daniela a chance to attend the interview. They would give her a trial and see how she fared. Hannah Grace passed Daniela a set of lines for the Mid-Autumn Fireworks and Evening Party and gave her 10 minutes to memorize the script. Although they gave her 10 minutes, it was hard to memorize the script for an evening party, which was considerably longer than the standard requirement. As Daniela was memorizing the lines, a male interviewer asked Miss Grace quietly, "You gave the previous candidates a half an hour and a simpler script to prepare. Is it too much to do this to her?" "A person who is late needs to be more than outstanding in order to grasp the opportunity," Miss Grace answered seriously. She had high expectations and had not gotten to her position by compromising them. "I probably wouldn't be able to memorize any if I was only given 10 minutes to do so. This young lady is quite pretty and has a nice voice, too," the male interviewer sighed regretfully. "It's a pity that she probably won't be able to pass the first stage of the interview." Another experienced anchorwoman, Sonia, interrupted the conversation. She scrutinized Daniela, who was standing quietly at the corner looking over the lines, her lips curled into a smirk. Women can be competitive and can't help but compare themselves to others, turning jealous and unhappy if another woman is too pretty. "You men are all so superficial. What our broadcasting company needs is an anchorwoman who is both talented and pretty, not just a pretty face who is only pleasant to look at but isn't capable." The male interviewer laughed at her passive-aggressive words. "And how would anchorwoman Sonia know that the young lady is only pleasant to look at but she isn't capable?" Before the conversation could go further, a sweet and clear voice chimed out of the corner. "I'm ready, interviewers." Sonia scoffed, crossing her arms and rolling her eyes when she saw that it had not even been 10 minutes since they gave her the script. She would watch Daniela embarrass herself since she was so eager to show off. Daniela stood steadily in front of the interviewers. Her posture was poised and elegant, while her smile was genuine and natural, making people feel comfortable around her. The meaning behind the new year is all about a refreshing arrival of the warmth of spring. During mid-autumn, leaves turn yellow and red. We celebrate harvest time and go apple picking. Her tone was mellow and moving. Her enunciation was clear, while her tone and speed varied according to the content. The pace she set was comfortable yet lively, and one felt like they could listen to her voice for hours and never grow bored with it. But most importantly, she actually memorized every line. Miss Grace held the excitement back as the words continued to flow from Daniela's pretty mouth. She exchanged glances with a few of the other interviewers before she turned back to Daniela. "Remember to be on time for the next stage in a week." "Thank you," Daniela said gratefully. After she had left, Miss Grace exclaimed, hiding excitement and pleased that her voice sounded steady and even. "This girl has similar flair to our broadcasting company's senior, Alex Davis. Did you notice how naturally she delivered those lines? Not to mention her poise and grace. It's not an easy feat given her young age." One had to know that Miss Grace was a well-known devil in the broadcasting company. She did not praise easily, but now she was heaping on compliments towards an unknown young woman with no connections. It was a rare occurrence. Sonia seethed. She had yet to receive any praise from Miss Grace, even though she had worked for the broadcasting company for 3 years now. She scoffed with contempt, but kept her face straight to maintain some degree of professionalism. She might just be lucky. Miss Grace, you shouldn't make a decision before seeing her performance in the next stage. Back in the hospital.
Yay! I knew that Mommy would successfully pass the interview.
Liam flung his arms around Daniela's pretty neck and gave her a big hug. As he pecked her cheek, his face all smiles.
This is why I love you.
Daniela took Liam into her embrace with a gentle smile reserved only for him.
Mommy has only passed the first stage of the interview. I still have to wait for a week for the next one. My Mommy will get it no matter what.
Episode 7. Unbelievably Sexy. Ever since Daniela had given birth to Liam, the arrogance and willfulness she once had was gone, and she became a lot more quiet and pensive. The place of conceit was taken by protectiveness and gentleness of a young woman who would do anything for her son. However, this gentleness only came out when she was with Liam. She was quite cold to others most of the time, and with a face like hers, it was an attractive mix that was both charming and innocent. Her temperament exuded deadly attraction that people could not stay away from. That is why Daniela attracted the attention of several rich men the moment she entered the exclusive VIP club that night. Noella had dragged her there to socialize, as it was the new popular spot. Daniela rejected every single man that came over to ask for her phone number. Danny, the man that just asked you for your number was pretty handsome. Are you really not going to find a dad for my godson? Noella teased as she held onto Daniela's arm, leading her towards the private room that she had booked. Daniela shook her head. No, I haven't thought about it. She no longer had any trust in men after her parents' divorce and her ex-fiancé cheating on her. She was not ready to even think about any possibility of a loyal and honest relationship. Not to mention that incident that had led her to become pregnant with Liam. Danny, are you okay? Your face is a little pale. Daniela's mood dropped at the thought of all her past experiences, and she felt a sudden wave of sadness hit her. She quickly recollected herself before giving Noella a smile. I need to go to the ladies' room. You go ahead to the private room and tell Mia. I'll head over as soon as I'm done. Daniela did not have many friends. Apart from Noella, there was also Mia, who was in the entertainment industry. Mia's mother used to be a housemaid at Daniela's maternal grandfather's house. The two of them had grown up together, and they were as close as sisters. Daniela entered the ladies' room, her mind racing with intrusive thoughts. She did not enter a stall, but leaned against the wall at the side instead, and pulled out a box of thin cigarettes from her purse. Her tobacco addiction was not strong. She would only smoke when she was in a bad mood, and wouldn't allow herself to grow dependent on it. She picked out a cigarette, placed it between her delicate lips, and pulled out a lighter before taking a drag. She exhaled the smoke, squinting her eyes. Staring at the thin smoke that was slowly curling upwards and dissolving, she fell into a trance. Now that Monica knew that she was fat, that meant Sam would know by now too. But Daniela hadn't received any phone calls. He was so at ease, even though he had taken everything from her mother and her. Two tall silhouettes came out from the men's room. One of them was wearing a pair of tailored white pants. He was tall and handsome, his facial features well defined. He was so good-looking, he could make people stop breathing from staring at him for too long. With a hand placed casually in the pocket of his pants, and his thin scarlet lips slightly opened, he was so sexy that his looks could kill. The man beside him teased him casually, slapping him on the shoulder. Bro, when are you going to finally quit being a monk? Isn't your grandmother rushing you to get married? Are you really getting matched with that Samantha? That woman is the self-proclaimed #1 beauty of Michael's City. He was also good-looking, but in a devilish sort of way, unlike the first man, who exuded an aura that was both cold and standoffish. His voice was stern, yet magnetic when he finally responded to his companion's tirade. Shut up. Oh, check out that beauty over there. At Will's words, Jordan glanced at the woman on the side who was smoking while leaning against the wall. His black eyes narrowed as his brows formed a frown. It was the woman from this morning who did not wear her shirt properly and showed him her breasts. She had changed into a red dress with a tight waist, accentuating her feminine curves. Her light brown hair cascaded down her back in loose waves. Some unruly strands settled on her shoulders. There was a semblance of loneliness in the casual way she exhaled the smoke, her elegant fingers bringing the cigarette to her red lips. With her head slightly up, they could see that her features were flawless, though her eyes were dazed and unfocused, giving her an otherworldly air. It was a striking contrast to the sweet, youthful, and charming woman she had been in the morning. Jordan squinted, judging the woman until a shadow appeared on his handsome face. He turned to leave, his every move exuding arrogance and annoyance that didn't match with his cold demeanor. Will didn't often see a woman who could look beautiful smoking. He wanted to admire the view for a little longer, but followed Jordan when he saw him leaving. Wait for me! Regaining her senses from the negative thoughts plaguing her mind, Daniela opened her eyes and blinked a few times, her beautiful eyes glancing over to see the two tall silhouettes disappearing around the corner. After finishing the cigarette, Daniela washed her hands thoroughly and headed back towards the private room that Noella had booked. The private room was at the end of the corridor. There were 2 private rooms in the club, and Daniela could not tell which one was Noella's. She took out her phone and was about to call Noella when the door to one of the rooms opened. The lights were dim inside, and she could faintly make out a group of people inside. Smoke lingered in the room, and she could hear the clinking sounds of glasses against each other and resounding laughter. There is a stunner in this club. She is more gorgeous than any of the popular celebrities. Jordan, I've already spoken to the manager. The beautiful woman will be sent to us as soon as she arrives. My brother, your sex life has been uneventful for far too long. It's about time you got laid. Do you know how ridiculous the rumors and gossiping have become outside? They're saying that you don't like women and that you're gay. Daniela noticed that the man speaking was handsome in a devilish manner and had a cigarette dangling out of his mouth. As for the man who was called Jordan, he was hidden by a shadow, away from the glow of the dancing lights, and she could not get a clear glimpse of what he looked like. Daniela realized that she had entered the wrong room. She was about to turn and leave the room when someone grabbed her arm. She frowned and tried to push the hand away, but that person was too strong as he pulled her into the room. Everyone look! Jordan's stunner is here! Daniela slowly pressed her red lips. This was the first sign of her getting angry. She wanted to throw the stranger over her shoulder and give him a thorough beating when she realized that there were several faces in the room that she recognized from newspapers and television. They were all respectable people who she could not offend at this point. As she seemed to be dazed and did not move, the man who had his arm around her shoulders led her to a sofa and pushed her on it forcefully. Daniela broke out of her daze at the push and stumbled, flailing her arms out to try to stabilize herself, but it was too late. Ah! She found herself kneeling on the floor after she had fallen. Her hands had reached forward in a reflex, trying to find something to grasp onto as she fell. The man sitting on the sofa had his legs opened wide. His tall body was leaning against the sofa, and a cigar rested between his long fingers. He did not have the chance to react to the woman falling towards him when her head landed on his crotch. They were in a very strange position. One of them was sitting, while the other was kneeling with her face in his crotch. and one of them was Jordan. The room that was noisy with loud chattering a moment ago fell silent in an instant, as if someone had turned off the sound switch. Everyone was looking at the scene, stunned. Several of the women present were secretly in love with Jordan. They were delighted at what had happened and anticipated him kicking the woman out for even daring to be so close to him, let alone with her face buried in his groin. The atmosphere was quiet, filled with a tense awkwardness. Daniela felt like both her kneecaps were almost shattered to pieces because of how hard she had landed on the ground. She cursed in her mind as she instinctively took in a deep breath and shifted herself to alleviate the pain. The man on the sofa, who originally had a cold expression, visibly darkened when he felt Daniela's heavy breath on him. His dark eyes flashed light, then grew dark again, and his fingers tightened their grip on the cigar he was holding. His other hand was resting under his chin, while he calmly watched the long, spread-out hair of the woman below him. There was a vague tinge of anger floating deep within his eyes. The floor was so hard she had trouble moving away. The pain was agonizing. She was certain that the fall would leave more than just a scrape. Daniela tightened her jaw and blurted out, "Shit, it's so hard." Now people in the room were looking scandalized. What? It's so hard? Several people looked in the direction of the man in question. As for the women who had been eyeing Jordan for a very long time, they all stared in blatant disbelief at the scene playing out in front of them. They had not been able to get close to him in all these years, and they cringed at the nerve of this woman. They had been hearing for a while that Jordan Moore had never touched a woman, even though he was rich and powerful, because he had an erectile dysfunction. The club was filled with pretty girls, but he would only drink with the other men whenever he came. That is why everyone assumed he played for the other team. If that was the case, how could he have gotten an erection? A woman was buried in his crotch. They could not believe it. They definitely could not believe it. Daniela only realized that her face was buried in the man's crotch when somebody pulled her back by her hair. Her cheeks flushed a beet red at the awkward position. "I'm sorry, this wouldn't have happened if someone hadn't dragged me in." Daniela's clear and beautiful eyes met with the man's smoldering stare. She wanted to say something, but her voice faltered and she stopped. Cold and sharp features, thin lips that were tightly pressed together in that daunting, unfathomable gaze. Wasn't he the man in the car this morning? How could there be such a coincidence? I thought we would never meet again. At that moment, Daniela's startled expression was caused by surprise, simply an exclamation at the wonders of fate. But others interpreted it differently. A charming yet frivolous voice drifted into her ears. "Damn, brother, this babe just came in and is already swept off her feet by you. Mr. Moore's charm sure is big. Pretty ladies are throwing themselves upon you one after another, and they're even starting to invent new clever tricks." But the person in question made no comment. He took out an imported hand-rolled cigar from a brown box and with his other hand took a small silver lighter handed over by one of the playboys. He tapped at the lighter, and blue flames appeared at his fingertips. The moment the flames flared up, his handsome, perfect face clearly reflected in Daniela's eyes. Her heart jolted. He's so damn handsome. The contour of his face, his features, the outline of every part of his face seemed to be a stroke of genius, beautiful yet masculine. It was those light-trapping, deep-set eyes, the sense of sadness with no hint of warmth, as if he came from the depths of hell, that made Daniela shiver. She wrapped her arms around herself as a wreath of smoke in her face. Someone in the room laughed. Daniela recognized the voice. It was from the man with the devilish looks. Although she had a child, her experience with sex was next to nothing. That one time when she was drugged, she didn't remember anything, except for the staggering pain she felt the next day. So when the man on the sofa asked her these 3 words, was it delicious? The innuendo was lost on her, as she was too naive. She thought he was referring to the smell of the cigar smoke, which was a little strong and pungent, but it did not smell bad. As she stood up from the ground, she replied curtly, "It's all right." As soon as the words came out, the room fell deeper into a strangled silence. Even the man smoking the cigar on the sofa was stunned. He looked at the woman who was struggling to stand up with an arched eyebrow. His sexy, well-defined lips were slightly curved, and he laughed. "You said it was delicious, even though you didn't even goddamn eat anything. You have some motive behind that pretty face?" Daniela had no words. Both of them seemed to be on different wavelengths. She could not understand what he was saying at all. She glanced at the group of men and women who were laughing at her, their faces snide and mocking. Since having a child, Daniela had changed her ways. She just wanted to be left in peace and could not wait to leave this foul place. "I'm not the club hostess. You've got the wrong person." Daniela was not too sure if she had slept with the arrogant man on the sofa before, so she could not offend him too much. Daniela had just stepped forward when a deep, frosty voice rang across the room. "Coming and going as you like? Do you think this is a market?" Daniela herself was not naturally a good-tempered person. It was only in the past few years after giving birth to Liam that she chose to be gentle and tried to stay out of trouble. This was in hopes that if she pretended to be gentle long enough, she would eventually become that. Deep inside, she was still that fierce, wild, and arrogant young lady she had once been. The smile disappeared from her face as Daniela looked at the handsome man on the sofa with the raise of an eyebrow. "Do you not understand human speech? I said the people in your room made a mistake. I'm not the hostess." Silence rang throughout the room. It was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. A woman covered her mouth in disbelief, staring at Daniela like she was a monster. This woman, was she out of her mind? How dare she contradict Jordan Moore? They had all witnessed how scary Jordan became whenever he got angry. Even his best friend Will had a look of disbelief on his face. His gobsmacked expression would have been comical if the tension in the air wasn't so thick. It seemed that, other than Adele, no woman had ever dared to talk to Jordan like that. This girl had courage. "Where did this bitch come from? How dare you talk to Mr. Moore like that? Do you have a death wish?" A club staff member who had admired Jordan for a long time stepped forward, raising her hand at Daniela's face to slap her. Daniela dodged her hand, picking up a glass full of red wine and threw it in the woman's face. "Who's the bitch?" "The bitch is talking about you." A few seconds later, a burst of laughter broke out in the room. "Sophia, why did you wet yourself?" Will mocked, smirking. Sophia wiped off the red wine off her face, fuming with rage. She wore a thin blouse that was now stained red, and after being soaked by the wine, the fabric clung to her skin. She was not wearing a bra under the blouse, so her breasts became clearly visible. She bent over, looking at the man smoking a cigar on the sofa, and grimaced in frustration. "Mr. Moore, look at what this shameless woman has done to me. I just couldn't stand her disrespecting you." When she spoke, she pouted her glossy lips, purposefully bending down so that her cleavage was pulled low and exposed her swaying breasts. She fluttered her long lashes. "Mr. Moore, you must punish her for my sake." Jordan puffed the cloud of smoke, his cold eyes half closed. "Get away from me. I'm not interested in silicone breasts." Sophia reeled back as if slapped, cheeks flushed deep red in embarrassment. Daniela, who was about to leave, could not help but laugh out loud. Not only were his eyes sharp, this man was also very mean. Sophia left the room, head down and lips trembling as she pushed past Daniela.
You, stay.
Mr. Moore's words were abrupt as he barked out his command. Sophia was delighted and was about to ask Jordan if he was letting her stay when she saw Mr. Moore, who had never willingly touched a woman before, grab onto Daniela's wrist and forcibly pull her onto his strong and firm legs. Envy and deep-rooted jealousy seared through Sophia's blood. How dare she? How she wished it was her sitting on Jordan's lap. But Daniela, who was sitting on his lap, was in a very different mood. The man's thighs beneath her skirt were firm and strong. She could feel the heat under the dim lighting. His meticulously carved features were sharp and proud. His long and narrow eyes dark and pensive. His free hand was placed at the back of the sofa, giving off an air of leisure and arrogance. Daniela had never met such a man. Even a mere glance from him made her tremble. She felt whoever dared to meet his eyes for more than 10 seconds possessed a psychological strength not unlike David when he faced Goliath. As for Daniela, she wasn't that strong. She could not hold eye contact with him longer than 4 or 5 seconds, and turned her gaze down to his chest. Episode 9. Bullying the Little Girl. Will was flirting with an attractive woman with his arm around her shoulder, but was looking over at Jordan from the corner of his eyes. Seeing how Jordan pulled that pretty girl onto his lap, a wolf's paw pressed on the girl's small waist, Will's expression was somewhat ambiguous. From his perception and knowledge, Jordan never played around with women. Plus, he was a clean freak, bordering on OCD. He would never interact with a woman he was not interested in. So, what was the situation now? Were these two having an affair? But there was no admiration or shyness in the eyes of the girl. She was clearly annoyed. I wouldn't imagine there are any women alive who are not interested in Jordan. It was really strange. Daniela could not bear the overwhelmingly sharp and heavy gaze she could feel on the back of her head. It made her feel prickly and uncomfortable. She struggled to get up from the man's lap and pushed herself off him. But just when she got up and took 2 steps, she was tripped over by an outstretched leg. Daniela was caught unaware and fell forward, her hands scrambling to hold onto the black coffee table. In the chaos, she felt somebody pull her by the arm. Will, with a faint smile, watched Daniela being played by Jordan and falling back into his arms. Others may not have noticed, but Will did. That outstretched leg was Jordan's. Jordan was hit on the head by Daniela's little square purse. He groaned in pain and grimaced, pulling the woman into his arms. His back hit the sofa as she hit him on the chest. Daniela felt his cool breath on her forehead. Her long eyelashes fluttered, and she raised her head to look at the man. The light reflected on his sculpted, angular, and handsome face. Half closed, his dark eyes looked even more deep-set. There was a hint of a shadow at the corner of his eyes. At first glance, he looked like a man with an unfathomable and dangerous personality. Daniela wanted to say something, but felt a sudden rush of heat from her lower belly, followed by a dull pain in her stomach. Damn it, her period came early. Ever since she had given birth to Liam, her menstrual cycle had never been regular. Now that she found herself in this situation, Daniela needed to leave quickly, but the person behind her refused to let go that easily. Jordan casually threw away the cigar, his fair and slender fingers pinching on the delicate skin on Daniela's neck. She shivered as she felt the hairs on the back of her neck rise at his touch. Jordan's cold and sharp face came uncomfortably close to her ear, his tone unruly with indifference. "Woman, do you think you can leave after touching me?" It would have been fine if he hadn't mentioned it, but once he did, Daniela could feel the strange sensation on her hand. She gave an awkward cough. "My hand slipped. This wouldn't have happened if you hadn't suddenly pulled me over." Jordan looked at her, his face pale and jaw clenched. Then, with his tongue against his cheek, gave a low laugh. Daniela couldn't tell what he was laughing at. Her instincts screamed danger. Her stomach was growing more uncomfortable by the second. She was not in the mood to talk to him anymore and struggled to get up. Her struggle made his Adam's apple move, and he held her down, refusing to let her go. She looked small and petite, but she was surprisingly strong. Yet, no matter how strong she was, he could still hold her firmly with one arm. Just when she tilted her head to glare at him, he smiled, bent his head, and wrapped his thin lips around her white earlobes. His prominent nose nestled up to the soft area of her ear as his voice breathed into it, intimidating and husky. "Woman, do you know what happened to the last person who tried to touch Mr. Moore?" Her finger was chopped off before she even touched anything. "Your hand may have slipped, but you still touched it. So, how should we punish you?" The last word was dragged out, giving it a bloody and dangerous flavor. When the man spoke, he nibbled at her earlobe, making her tingle. His breath was chilly and dangerous, mixed with the cigar smell. Although this room was full of respectable people, no one stepped forward to help her when they saw her being played around with him and embarrassed. Clearly, the man holding her had an even higher status than everyone else in the room. She was no longer the arrogant and willful young lady from 4 years ago. She had a son to raise, had things to lose. She could not afford to offend this arrogant and dangerous young man. Since tough tactics didn't work, it was time to use a gentler approach. Daniela smiled softly, her voice becoming more gentle and pleasant. "Sir, I was too reckless earlier. My apologies. I'm not feeling very well. Would you please let me go?" She became even more pale in color. Beads of sweat were forming across her forehead and on her tall and elegant nose. She really looked very uncomfortable. But he was Mr. Moore. His sympathy for women was fed to the dogs many years ago. He raised an eyebrow, looked at Daniela gloomily, but she saw a hint of a forgotten smile on his handsome face. "I let you touch me and became your cushion. Besides apologizing, shouldn't you be thanking me as well?" His voice was low, husky, and sexy. But to Daniela, it sounded like the voice of a devil. This was the first time she met such a frivolous, difficult, and incomprehensible man. Holding back the strong urge to slap him, Daniela nodded in agreement. "Thank you, Mr. Moore." Jordan watched her increasingly pale face. She looked like she was enduring severe pain and could barely stand being in this room. His dark eyes narrowed, and after a moment, he uttered a single phrase from his thin lips. "Bug off." It was as if Daniela was granted amnesty. She picked up her purse and rushed away on her high heels. Wearing a red dress, she looked slender and captivating from behind. Even though she was rushing, she looked very elegant and calm. What a contradiction of a woman. Once Daniela left, Will sat down next to Jordan. "My brother, you were bullying that little girl." Jordan held a cigar to his lips and sneered. "Just where is she little?" Will thought back on Daniela's feminine and curvaceous figure. Her chest is about 34C, definitely not small. As soon as he finished speaking, he felt a kick on his calf. Will shouted, rubbing his leg. Jordan, are you already protecting her? She's not even your woman yet. Jordan's long and arrogant body leaned against the sofa. The cigar between his lips was not lit. He closed his dark, narrowed eyes briefly. The woman's simple and fresh fragrance seemed to still be lingering around the tip of his nose. Whoa, Jordan, what's that on your pants? Red wine? Jordan was wearing white casual pants. The bright scarlet mark between his legs was quite noticeable. Something occurred to him, and Jordan cursed in disgust. He got up from the sofa and left without a word. It had been a long time since Daniela was supposed to return, and she wasn't picking up her phone. Noella wanted to look for her, but Mia beat her to it. Let me go and find Danny. Mia opened the door, walked a few steps, and saw the door to the room next to them open. A young man, as beautiful as a god, wearing all white, walked out. Dozens of black-attired bodyguards appeared out of nowhere and stood there awaiting orders. Mr. Moore? The man waved his hand. Leave. After the bodyguards in black left, the man looked over at Mia. Mia could clearly see that man's handsome face. He would easily surpass the most popular celebrity heartthrob. She noticed his powerful but repelling aura. Mia tried to let out the breath she had been holding, but felt stifled in his presence. The first thing Daniela did when she went to the restroom was to wash her hands. She scrubbed her hands vigorously as if the strange sensation was still there. It seemed like she did not control her strength at the time and accidentally pinched it. She went into a cubicle after washing her hands. Even though she had a sanitary pad in her purse, since her period came early, her skirt was still stained a little. Thankfully, she had been wearing red, so it wasn't too obvious. But if it stained her skirt, then... An uncomfortable thought drifted into her head. That man was wearing white pants, and they likely got stained too. Oh no. The man's sharp features, dark gaze, arrogant words, and the malicious look that appeared at the corner of his eyes when he raised his eyebrow came back to her. She shuddered. He was definitely not to mess with. He gave out a sense of gloom, ruthlessness, violence, and despair. Would he want to kill her after seeing her menstrual blood stain on his pants? She knew that some officials and businessmen would find it particularly unlucky to be stained by a woman's menstrual blood. It was pure superstition, but they felt it was better to believe it and be avoided, rather than risk bad luck. Daniela came out from the cubicle, washed her hands again, and put her hands together in a praying gesture. Hopefully that young man is not superstitious or vengeful. Unfortunately, God did not hear Daniela's prayers. As soon as she walked out of the restroom, she saw a tall figure leaning against a wall outside, with one leg bent and the other stretched out in the corridor. His legs were so long that when he stretched them out, they could easily block the corridor. Daniela was not in the mood to admire those long legs. Her eyes were drawn directly to the bright red stain on the thigh of his pants. Was she going to die today? After all that trouble she went through in the room for him to let her go, it still ended up like this. Daniela carefully moved her eyes from the man's thighs to look at his face. He was holding an unlit cigar between his mouth, his long fingers playing with a small silver lighter. Every now and then, he would flip the lid off, and a blue flame would burst out, shining light into the well-defined contours of his handsome face as it grew more dark and unpredictable. His head was tilted, and his eyelashes seemed to be even longer than a woman's. Under his high nose bridge, His sexy, thin, scarlet lips were pressed together. His jaws were clenched tight, making his cheekbones seem sharp. Sure enough, he was upset. Daniela cursed to herself. I knew I should have taken a look at the calendar before leaving the house today. After weighing the options, Daniela felt that it was better to act as if nothing was wrong and walk away. Judging from his actions in the room earlier, he was definitely not the type of person who would easily let her go with just an apology. Maybe he would be looking down and would not notice her coming out. Daniela bit her lips and calmly passed by the man's long legs. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Great, he didn't chase after her. She did not realize that he looked up when she passed by those long legs and stared at her back, his dark eyes pondering with a malicious shadow at the corners. Daniela walked into the elevator as fast as she could. She sent a message to a group chat that she, Ava, and Mia were in. Ladies, my period came, so I won't be able to meet tonight. Next time, it's my treat to make up for it. When the elevator reached the first floor, the tight feeling in Daniela's throat loosened. Just after she stepped out of the elevator, the next elevator's door to her right opened, and more than a dozen black-attired bodyguards came out. They stood neatly in 2 rows, and a moment later, a tall figure came out. Daniela looked at the deep, narrow eyes under the man's short hair, and her heart suddenly tightened again. The appearance who had been coming in and out of the club. They stood by the entrance, gossiping as they stared at. He was very tall, handsome, and very cool. Their ideal type. So 10, he ordered her. Daniela did not bother to appreciate the man's tall structure, fine body, or that outrageously handsome face. She felt a lingering premonition that something bad was going to happen. Even if she had learned karate after giving birth, she was no match for him. She knew how strong he was when he forcefully held her down earlier. Besides, he had more than 10 big bodyguards with him. How could she be a match to them? Since she was no match, running away was the only option. Daniela looked away from the man's cold and gloomy face, turned around, and rushed to the club's lobby. Jordan looked at the woman who was avoiding him like the plague. Touching his cheek with the tip of his tongue, he showed a sly smile. Daniela could feel the deep and penetrating gaze on her back, even if she didn't look back. It was like a cougar animal hunting for its prey in a dark forest. Daniela's hair stood on end, and she walked even faster. The parking lot outside the club was full of luxury cars. She had arrived in Ava's car, and there were not many taxis coming in here at this hour. Daniela walked some distance, pulled out her cell phone, and called a taxi with an app. Daniela looked back at the brightly lit club and hid her slender body in the shadows. It would take the car about 20 minutes to arrive, and she hoped that in these 20 minutes she would not be found by that young man and turned into a corpse. Her hopes were crushed in less than 5 minutes. 5 or 6 black Rolls-Royce Phantoms were driving towards her, arrogant and different to anything in the dark night. The leading car turned on its headlights and aimed the light directly at the big tree where Daniela was hiding. The remaining cars quickly formed a semicircle, completely besieging Daniela. Daniela could not help but raise her head towards the sky and rolled her eyes with resentment. Is he really going to kill me? The door of the Rolls-Royce in the middle opened, and a tall figure got out of the car. With the bodyguards standing uniformly on both sides, it seemed a bit like the mafia. The man that got out of the car did not come forward. He leaned against the car door, a cigar in his mouth. One of the bodyguards lit the cigar for him, He did not say anything, but stared at Daniela, who was hidden behind the tree while puffing his cigar. His powerful aura, even at a distance, made Daniela feel an overwhelming kind of oppression. Daniela stamped her feet, wanting to ignore him and leave. But just as she took a step, she heard the piercingly cold voice. "Do you really think you can walk away?" Arrogant, wild, powerful, distant, like a king dominating everyone. Daniela put on a bold face and walked up to him, looking calm. "Sir, I really didn't do it on purpose. When I was struggling to leave the room, you held on to me. So it wasn't entirely my fault it stained your pants, right? Get in the car." It seemed like he didn't want to talk to her. He simply spat out the words. He went into the car first. The bodyguards and drivers waited outside. It seemed like they would not leave unless she got into the car. Daniela did not know why the man insisted on having her get into the car, but she was not feeling well. Surely he is not that perverted and won't rape me. Besides, his looks, class, and status were all top tier. There should be no shortage of women to warm his bed. Although she didn't know what he wanted, Daniela knew that it was impossible, not to mention irrational, to try and run away. So she should get in the car and try to be reasonable. Although he did not look like a reasonable person. After she got into the car, Daniela realized it was not the car from this morning. This car belonged to the extended wheelbase model. There was a lot of space and all kinds of equipment. There was an air of aristocracy. She had not ridden in such a luxurious car, even when she was the arrogant daughter worshipped by Sam Green. The people in the car felt nothing when the car was driving on the road. It was as smooth as sitting on a comfortable bed in a bedroom. The lighting in the car was dim. Daniela sat close to the window and from the corner of her eye looked at the expressionless man sitting in the middle. Her eyes ran down the sharp contours of his face, which looked as though it had been carved with extreme care by a master sculptor. There was only one word for it: perfect. But there really wasn't much to compliment on regarding his foul temper. Just when Daniela wanted to ask him where he was taking her, he gave her a side glance. His deep and dark eyes were daunting, and the sudden eye contact made her feel uneasy. Daniela found she could not maintain eye contact with his dark, oppressive eyes. She broke the silence in the car. "Where are you taking me?" "Your home?" A flash of panic ran across Daniela's eyes. "I'm not feeling that well, and I'm not that kind of woman you think I am." Jordan raised his eyebrows slightly and said, "What kind of woman?" "Call girl." "You're not a call girl." Daniela nodded. "I'm not." "What, are you a call boy?" Daniela choked. To herself, she cursed. "You're the call boy. Your whole family are call boys." She turned her back to the window, not wanting to talk to him. In a moment, she felt pain in her wrist as she was pulled to the man's side by his strong and big hand. Perhaps he was disgusted with her having her period, so he didn't pull her onto his lap. Before Daniela could say anything, a black ribbon was placed over her eyes. "You're not worthy to know the way to my house." While the man was blindfolding her, his cool fingertips brushed over her face. It was like a snake's tongue sweeping over her delicate skin, making her shiver. Daniela was afraid, but reason told her that it wasn't wise to play hardball with this man. This man was dangerous. First, she had to figure out exactly what he wanted before making any plans. The car stopped after a while. The man unceremoniously dragged her out. After getting out of the car, she found herself pulled forward by the man. After a few minutes, it finally stopped. The man loosened the grip on her wrist and said coldly, "Find some clothes for her, wash her, and send her to my room." After Jordan went upstairs, somebody removed the blindfold from Daniela's eyes. When she opened her eyes, Daniela saw a gentleman in his 40s. The man nodded to Daniela. "My name is Mark, Mr. Moore's butler. Miss, come this way, please." Unlike his master's arrogance, Butler Mark's attitude was gentle and modest, and he seemed easier to get along with. "Mark, do you know what your boss wants to do? Asking me to take a bath and change my clothes?" She was not feeling well. Surely he was not that perverted, right? "We cannot guess what is on Mr. Moore's mind, but his temper is not very good, so please do forgive him, miss." Mark brought Daniela to a bedroom. There was a wardrobe in the room, and once he pulled open the doors, Daniela was hit with a wide array of colors. All kinds of branded clothes of different styles and accessories filled the wardrobe. Daniela blinked. For a moment, she thought she entered a palace fit for a princess. This person must be extremely rich. The clothes were all from new collections of the major brands. Some were limited editions and could not be bought that easily. To think that he had a whole wardrobe full of this type of clothing. Daniela thought to herself, did he have a lot of women in his life? She randomly selected a set of clothes from the closet, and the price was well over the 5-figure mark. Setting it back down, she turned to the butler. "Mark, I'm fine with wearing my own clothes." Mark was quite surprised to see how uninterested or excited Daniela was when she saw all the brand clothes. He expected a young, pretty girl to be swooned by these luxury things. "Miss, you cannot go against Mr. Moore's orders." Daniela held back the anger that was suppressed in her chest, gritting her teeth, and nodded. "Okay, I'll listen to your boss." She would play his game and see what he was going to do to her. Daniela picked out a dark green dress. After her bath, Mark, who was waiting outside the door, took her to a room with an elaborate, expensive-looking door on the second floor. Mark knocked on the door 3 times, then pushed the door open, inviting Daniela to go in. The master bedroom style was rather cold, with a combination of black, gray, and white as the main colors of the room. Except for a few antique paintings on the wall that she did not quite understand, other decor was obviously expensive and revealed the affluence of the owner. Even the richest person in Michaeltown would need to look up to him. Who on earth is he? She had only been abroad for 4 years. Had the circle of rich people in Michaeltown changed that much? Perhaps hearing the movement, the tall man standing in front of a bay window turned around. He was still wearing that white casual clothes, with the bright red stain on his right thigh especially glaring. Daniela did not understand why he did not change his pants after coming back. The man looked at her with his dark and cold eyes. There was no expression on his handsome face, as if it was a piercing, cold blizzard from hell. He stared at Daniela for a few seconds. Then his slender legs strode forward with a powerful determination towards her. The cold air emanating from him made Daniela take a few steps back, panicking. Despite herself, she shivered and held on to herself, as though hoping it would help her defend against him. Seeing her movement, the man suddenly stretched out his hand. Daniela had no chance to dodge and was grabbed at the waist. A pull and another twist, and just like that, she was in his arms next to his chest. Her soft chest was forced to press against his toned torso. Her hands hung rigidly close to her side, and she kept telling herself not to be rash and do nothing. She did not want to repeat the scene from the club, as she'd end up being the one suffering the consequences. The man tilted his head. His fierce lips were a thin line that inched closer and closer to her ear. She felt his warm breath on her skin, his voice low and husky. "Take it off for me." Daniela's long eyelashes fluttered. Take off what? Quick. The low voice was becoming more impatient. Daniela cursed to herself. Raising her head, she looked up at his dark eyes. "What do you want me to take off?" Jordan looked down at Daniela, wanting to see if she really didn't understand or was playing dumb. When he met with her clear eyes, he could see they were bewildered. He frowned slightly. "Pants." Daniela's beautiful eyes widened with realization and shock, as if he had said something beyond comprehension. She was having her period. Did he really want to? Could he do perverted things just because he had money? "Don't you find it disgusting?" Daniela's rare good temper was going to wear away by this man sooner rather than later. She took a deep breath, her gentle mask slowly cracking away into coldness, and said calmly and steadily, enunciating every word. "Mr. Moore, I'm having my menstrual period now, just like what every woman experiences every month." The man stared at her strained face and replied coldly, as if he hadn't heard her. "Take it off." His overbearing tone did not allow her to disobey. Daniela's delicate eyebrows wrinkled in disbelief. Episode 11. Visualizing my head. The hands that hung by Daniela's side clenched tightly as she resisted the urge to punch the man in the face, hard. She gritted her teeth and asked straightforwardly, "What if I don't take it off?" The man squinted his dark eyes. His long fingers pinched her jaw and pushed it up, forcing her to meet his eyes. The corners of his lips curved into a menacing sneer. "I have several Tibetan mastiffs in my manor, and they didn't have their dinner." He did not finish his sentence, but Danny understood his meaning. He would throw her out to feed his Tibetan mastiffs if she did not obey. "Are you unable to find a woman? You won't even let off a woman who is on her period?" Jordan looked at the fury showing in her beautiful eyes. He paused for a moment, let go of the hand holding her jaw, and lifted his eyebrows slightly. "You think I want to do that with you?" He looked at her with his dark and cold eyes, a shadow of a smile on his thin lips. Chills. Danny shivered, and then realized maybe he didn't want to do that with her. Or did he want her to use her hands? In the third year of senior high, she and Noella had watched a videotape, and some of the images shot were of women. Seeing the surprise and disgust in Daniela's eyes, Jordan seemed to have guessed her thoughts. He glowered at her and sneered in disgust. "Are you a pig? I wanted you to take off my pants because it got stained by your dirty thing, and I don't want to touch it." Danny's eyes widened, and she looked down quickly. Her snow-white ears turned a flaming red. So it was her who had overthought. Though that was originally what she was saying anyway, being such a respected young guy, there was no possibility that he would have a shortage of women. "Lady, quick!" God knew how uncomfortable he was with that thing on his pants. Daniela did not overthink at this moment. Although she was unwilling to take off his pants, it was fortunate that he had no other thoughts about her. The two of them were close, and the strong, manly scent emanating from his body enveloped her completely. If another woman had the chance to approach him, they would have blushed. But this woman in front of him, did not have any reaction at all. Her expression was businesslike and alert. Daniela had never helped any man untie his belt, let alone an intimidating man like this one in front of her, with such a strong aura and a look that could kill her with one glance. She seemed calm on the surface, but her insides were fluttering as was inexplicably nervous. Her heart thundered against her chest, but she pushed down the anxiety and tried to steady her quaking hands. Her fingertip accidentally brushed against his well-defined abdominal muscles through his shirt. It was hard and firm, with the power to leave people in awe. Jordan looked down and could only see the top of the woman's head. When he felt the touch of her fingers upon his abdominal muscles, all he could feel was softness. Her delicate and white hands were incredibly soft. His sexy Adam's apple bobbed prominently. Daniela wanted to take off his pants and leave quickly, but the more urgent she was, the more she couldn't untie the belt around his waist. How strange. It was very smooth when wearing a belt on your own, but it was surprisingly challenging with a change of direction and from a different angle. Danny knelt to adjust it from a different position and looked up. After Jordan left the room, Will was worried that his mood would be affected, so he drove to Jordan's residence. He heard from butler Alex Davis that he was in the bedroom, so he hurried upstairs without waiting for Alex to finish speaking. "Bro, are you okay?" Will pushed open the bedroom door, but found a long-haired woman kneeling in front of fourth brother, both of her small hands on the waist of the man's pants. From Will's angle, he couldn't see what she was doing, but with that kind of ambiguous image, his thoughts jumped straight to one conclusion. When Jordan's sharp eyes looked over from the disruption, Will quickly said, "Both of you continue, go on." Then he shut the door immediately. When Daniela heard Will's voice, her head whipped around to face the door, and she realized she was facing the man's crotch. Her fair and beautiful face flushed immediately. Her skin was much whiter than other women and tender like an egg with its shell peeled off. It was like a ripe fruit, with her face red, a thin layer of pink, and overflowing with a womanly fragrance from the outside. It called to him like the tantalizing appeal of forbidden fruit. Jordan narrowed his eyes slightly. While Daniela was trying to figure out how to untie his belt, he grabbed her arm and lifted her, pulling her to her feet. Before Danny could react, she was thrown to the French window. The man's tall and cold body pressed itself over her. She subconsciously lifted her head. The man's face was handsome and indifferent. His face enlarged in front of her eyes. She opened her mouth, wanting to say something, but a pair of thin and powerful, yet soft lips fell on her lips with a force that made her shudder. Her slender waist was held tightly by the man's strong grip, so she was trapped between the French window and the man's chest. The lips pressed down on hers did not stop, but crushing her lips with a strength that was strong and wild. It happened so quickly that Daniela stilled in bewilderment without any reaction until the man hardened his grip on her waist. She opened her mouth from the pain, and the man took the opportunity, reaching in with his burning hot tongue. He entangled her tongue, and she had nowhere to escape. Her hair stood on end, and her heart was flustered. She couldn't care about anything else, and kicked and hit him, trying to push him off with all she could. But he was like he wouldn't move. On the contrary, her slender wrists were pinned and brought above her head. Their bodies were closer, molded together in a writhing fit of undesirable passion that she wanted no part of. He gnawed at her lips like a crazed wolf and kissed desperately with a wildness she couldn't fathom. Daniela glowered at him hatefully as she struggled, feeling sick to death. Although she had been in intimate relations with a man 4 years ago and kissed him, it was under the influence of that drug. She had never kissed a man like that while she was clear-headed. What was more unacceptable was that he put his tongue in. It was disgusting. Her tongue had become numb, and there was a metallic taste of blood spreading through both of their mouths. The fury that had been suppressed by Daniela tonight could no longer be controlled and lashed out like a wild, raging beast. The moment he let go of her, she raised her hand and slapped his handsome face. Slap. A crisp and sharp sound. It made her palm numb in a tingling, prickling pain, not to mention the person she slapped. Jerk! Shameless! Daniela used the back of her hand to rub furiously at the lips that were kissed, swollen by him, feeling infuriated. How dare he? Jordan stood motionless, 5 red fingers appearing on his fair face in the shape of an inflamed palm. But he did not seem to feel pain, nor frown. The eyes that were looking at Danny were getting darker and colder. Lady, do you know what the consequences for this slap are? He spoke in a low voice that was slow and eerily calm. It was not like that of an annoyed person, but the deadly chill in his tone revealed that he was infuriated. Daniela wanted to reason with him, but her neck was in sudden pain, and she gasped in shock. The man reached out a hand and gripped her neck in a strong vice. She couldn't breathe and struggled violently. She couldn't reach anything that could help. She used the move she had learned in Taekwondo, but in front of this strong man, she could not shake him at all. She felt pathetic and useless, and rage poured out, but she could not do a thing. His fingers were like steel and tightened slowly. For a moment, Daniela was unable to take in air. She was terrified, and her eyes bulged out as she clawed out, trying to escape. The eyes looking at her over the top of her head were extremely ruthless. His gaze was chilling, predatory, and transfixed only on her. Episode 12. He is a devil. Daniela clenched her teeth tightly. The stubbornness in her came out, and she refused to ask him for mercy. She was a person that does not back down, and she would rather die than surrender. Jordan looked at Daniela's stubborn face with cold eyes. Under his forceful manner, she did not cry or panic, even at the edge of death. She even looked back at him with a pair of proud-looking eyes. He lifted his lips into a cold and almost merciless smile. But instead of letting go, he tightened the grip on Daniela's neck. Danny's throat was harrowing. Her ability to breathe lessened. Her fair face flushed red, and her consciousness gradually disappeared. The images in front of her eyes were slowly blurring into nothingness. The ruthlessness of this man was not superficial. It came from deep inside his bones. If she did not ask for mercy or surrender, he would strangle her to death. The imp's small and delicate face flashed in Danny's mind. What would happen to her darling if she was strangled? Seeing the panic in her eyes, at last, the man's grip on her neck slowly loosened. The moment he let go, Daniela fell to the ground, weakly. Pervert. This man is insane. She almost died in his hands, and he wouldn't have blinked an eye. She opened her bloodless lips, coughing and gasping for air. She had sat in his car just this morning, thinking that he might have been the man from that night 4 years ago. But now, whether he was or not, she did not want anything to do with him anymore. He was too dangerous, too terrifying. The man lifted her from the ground, pressed his lips against hers, and his fingertips wandered all over her body roughly. Daniela had no strength left to resist again. A tear, hanging from the corner of her eye, slipped out and fell onto her hair. The man kissed the tear away, lowering his head, and sucked on her ear, his wet and hot tongue light against her delicate face. He asked in a low and husky voice, "Are you a virgin?" His heavy breath fell onto her ear like a gust of chilly wind, and Daniela had goosebumps all over her body. Danny shook her head. "I'm not. Let me go." Her face was still unnaturally red. Her voice was hoarse, her long eyelashes trembling, and her lips pale. But the way she looked at him was very serious, without the slightest sign of backing away out of fear. His powerful, long fingers pinched her cheeks, and his cold lips moved near her lips, not touching, but intimately close, about the distance of a thin sheet of paper. His hot breath fell upon her dangerously. "In that case, don't ever try to seduce me or let me see you again. Scram." He released her and went into the bathroom with a cold face. Daniela did not even have time to think about what he meant. Holding her neck, which was about to break in pain, she fled the room hurriedly, doing her best not to stumble in her haste to escape the madman. Will sat in the living room and had not even finished smoking one cigarette before seeing the woman staggering down the stairs. "Oh, she really was the girl who was swept off her feet by fourth brother earlier." Daniela ignored Will. She just wanted to leave this godforsaken place as soon as possible. Alex came over. "Miss, you have to be blindfolded when you leave. I will arrange for the driver to send you back." Daniela nodded her head silently. This was that pervert's territory. If she did not listen to him, she might be fed to the Tibetan mastiffs. Alex covered Daniela with the black ribbon and prepared to escort her to the entrance where the car was waiting. Will rose from the sofa and came over. "Alex, let me take this little girl back." Sitting on Will's sports car, Daniela looked out the window, seeing nothing. The man's voice fell into her ears. "Little girl, did you slap Jordan before being strangled?" He was slapped not only because he kissed her, but French kissed her. She did not think that she had done anything wrong. If any woman was faced with this kind of situation, there was no doubt they would resist and react in anger by instinct. Her neck was still very much in pain, and her throat burned like a razor blade cut it. She did not want to answer Will. If anything, he was a comrade, and it seemed like he would justify the actions of his fourth brother. She did not have a good impression of that man, or his evil friend. Will looked at the back of Danny's head and thought that this little girl was really quite stubborn. He glanced at the horrifying strangulation marks on her neck. The usual devilish smirk on his lips disappeared, and said solemnly, "You really can't blame fourth brother for almost strangling you to death. You triggered his most hated memories from his childhood. He hates women who slap him the most." Daniela closed her eyes under the blindfold and did not respond to Will's apparent explanation. She did not care for his reasons. If she ever met that horrendous man again, she would definitely take a detour. "Fourth brother is a business prodigy, a rare one in 100 years, but he's not perfect. He has some faults in his character." Will paused. "He has bipolar disorder. After undergoing treatment from the past few years, his condition has improved significantly." Still silence. "Who would have thought your appearance tonight made him lose control again?" The hands on Danny's knees tightened slightly. She would never have thought that that man turned out to have bipolar disorder. "Little girl, I apologize on behalf of Jordan for what he did tonight. I don't know if you know anything about bipolar disorder, but the biggest symptom is that they cannot control their emotions after being angered. It's not that he really wants to kill you, but it's an illness. He really can't control himself. Understanding was one thing. Forgiveness was another. Fortunately, she would not have any contact with this person with bipolar disorder anymore. She never wanted to see him again in her life. Forget it. I was also in the wrong tonight. So let's just say we are even now, Daniela said faintly. When Will heard Daniela's words, he could not help but look at her. Although Jordan had bipolar disorder, he had the looks, figure, and money. Even when he was not provoked, it was normal for any woman to want to get close to him. This was the first time Will saw a woman who did not have any inclination towards fourth brother. Do you really not want to have any contact with fourth brother, or are you playing hard to get? Will raised his eyebrows slightly. He was experienced in love. Among them, there was no lack of women with ulterior motives who wanted to trap him by making use of their devious tricks. But the woman in front of him, with a cold and indifferent face, was either too scheming or really did not like Jordan from the bottom of her heart. It was hard to comprehend. Daniela's lips curved into a mocking sneer of disgust. Would I play hard to get with someone who almost ended my life? Will laughed unkindly. It was rare for Jordan to be disliked by a woman. Before he came to find Jordan, the new top hostess of the clubhouse came into the room. It was only then that he and the others realized that they had really pulled the wrong person. The little girl that came in previously was not the new hostess of the clubhouse. Daniela did not let Will send her to the hospital, but instead got off on a road where it was easier to hail a taxi. Will was a self-indulgent person and did not care about women much. After Daniela got off the car, he drove away in his sports car at full speed without care. Danny took a taxi back to the hospital. Noella had found an apartment for her, but she could not bear to leave Liam alone and came to the hospital every night to sleep with him. Liam and the nurse were already asleep. Daniela stood by the hospital bed and looked at her little fellow for a long while. She did not know how long she stood there. There were no ways to describe how much she loved her little one. Her darling was so beautiful and lovely, so pure and adorable. Just by looking at him, being near him, any bad mood she was in would vanish instantly. Episode 13, Sweet Gourmet House. After placing a gentle kiss on the little guy's forehead, Daniela lay down on the sofa with a thin blanket in her arms. What happened tonight had chilled her to the bone, leaving her wide awake and weary. There was still some burning pain in her neck, so Danny took some ointment from the small medicine box and applied it to the bruises. They appeared already an angry, mottled mix of red and purple. Lying on the sofa, the man's dark eyes appeared in her mind, and she shivered with cold. That bipolar person was definitely not the man from that night 4 years ago, nor could he be her Liam's father. She must have remembered it wrongly. Refusing to dwell on it further, Daniela took out her phone and opened Foodie. When she was aboard, she had inadvertently saved a gourmet chef. He taught her a lot when he was recuperating, since he was a teacher and friend. To support Liam and her mother, she made an account on the Foodie app 2 years ago as a food blogger, Sweet Gourmet House. At first, few people paid attention to her, but she insisted on posting her cooking videos twice a week. Gradually, she became more and more well-known, her popularity increasing at a steady rate. Currently, she had over 1 million fans. She didn't know when exactly her fans had grown so much, but she was grateful. This meant she also had a decent income every month. Last month, as Liam was diagnosed with leukemia, she had to prepare to return to the country and had not blogged in almost a month. Many loyal fans were calling for her. Of course, there were also many anti-fans from other competitors stirring trouble. Absent for a month, maybe the blogger met with a car accident? Ever since the blog's opening, when has the blogger revealed her face? Out of her whole body, probably the only part that is okay to look at is her hands. It's hard to imagine how ugly a woman can be with that pair of slender and delicate hands. She hasn't revealed her face in the 2 years she's been online, or participated in any award ceremonies. I think she must be uglier than a dinosaur. Daniela raised her eyebrow at the strange logic. Were dinosaurs ugly? Of course, many loyal fans were defending her other anti-fans. Those that are defaming our sweetie must be envious of her, right? Her hands are so fair, beautiful, and fairy-like. Her appearance will certainly not be any worse. Our sweetie is not like those flirtatious bitches on the internet who like to show off. She's low-key and mysterious. Yes, we love Sweetie and the food she makes. Sweetie, our beauty, where have you been this month? Why haven't you blogged yet? Daniela smiled, her slender fingers typing out a line of words on the Foodie app. Spring is beautiful. My little lovelies, all is well with Sweetie. I will be uploading a video tomorrow. 2 blowing kisses emoticons. Soon after it was sent out, someone immediately left a message. Sweetie, goddess, I'm looking forward to your new food video. A starry-eyed picture was attached at the end. Inside a luxurious manor. The devilish man lying on the sofa smiled. After leaving the message, he threw his phone on the seat and looked at the man sitting on the other side of the sofa, smoking and watching the evening financial news. Jordan, Luca's goddess finally posted on Foodie. Luca was a popular young hunk in the entertainment industry. All others were obsessed with looks and voice. He was obsessed with the lady's hands. Ever since he saw Sweetie Blogger's video, he could not help but fall in love with those hands. Seeing that the blogger had not posted in a month, he was so worried that something had happened to her that he flew abroad the previous week. But after looking around, he could not find her. There are plenty of beautiful women in the entertainment industry who are crazy about him, but he is infatuated with a pair of hands whose owner's face he has never seen before. What do you think would happen if that lady ends up having looks that are way too frightening? Jordan was focused on the financial news and completely ignored Will. Will stared at Jordan's handsome face for a few seconds and sighed helplessly. Jordan, bro, can't you have any fun in your life besides watching the news and working? Finally, you showed some interest in a woman after so many years. But what did you do? You almost strangled her to death. Shut up. Will raised his hands in surrender. All right, I'll shut my mouth. After Will went to the bathroom, Jordan frowned and seemed to have thought of something. He picked up the phone thrown on the sofa by Will and opened Foodie. Jordan was not interested in women's hands. In the past 2 years, he heard Lucas talking about the goddess who had beautiful hands and could cook delicious food from time to time. 6 months ago, Grandma had no appetite and could not eat the food he had asked the chef to prepare. Lucas had helped him send a private message to this blogger. The blogger responded with several dietary recipes and tips. Grandma's appetite improved a lot after the chef followed the recipes she had provided. From then on, whenever this blogger posted a video, Jordan would ask the chef to make it and send it to his grandma. When Jordan saw the latest news of the blogger, he squinted his deep, dark eyes. Sweet Gourmet House blogger has returned. The next day, Daniela woke up just as the sun was rising. She applied some powder to cover the bruises on her slender neck and worried that her mischievous Liam would see through it. He was really too smart for his own good. She tied a silk scarf around her neck as well. Coming out of the bathroom, the little imp was already sitting up and rubbing his eyes, and his dazed look was adorable. Pretty sister, did you come back last night? Other than the two godmothers, you didn't go on a date with any wild men, right? Danny touched the little fellow's head. What are you thinking? You're Mommy's only little man. Liam raised his head and looked at Daniela. He realized she was wearing a silk scarf today and asked in a doubtful voice, Pretty sister, didn't like wearing silk scarves before? Daniela smiled gently. Don't you think the silk scarf paired with Mommy's clothes today is extremely beautiful? The little fellow mumbled. Liam's pretty sister is a natural beauty, but because she's so beautiful, Liam will often have a sense of crisis. When Jess, the nurse who looked after Liam, came back from getting hot water, heard the little fellow's words, she could not help but chuckle, ruffling his hair. Young Liam, my granddaughter is very pretty. Would you like me to introduce her to you as a girlfriend? The little fellow blinked his big black eyes and said childishly, Granny Jess, Liam is only in love with pretty sister. I don't have room in my heart for anyone else. Daniela stood by the hospital bed with an indulgent smile. Jess, look after Liam. I'll go make some breakfast for you two in the hospital's canteen. When Daniela had the time, the food eaten by the three of them was cooked by her personally. When Jess heard that Danny would make breakfast, she could not help but lick her lips, swallowing her saliva down. Miss Danny, you really are beautiful inside and out. I cannot believe you are also so good at cooking. Liam had on a proud expression and held up his little chin smugly. Of course, our pretty sister is good at everything. Listening to her son's immodest praise, Daniela wanted to say something, but suddenly heard him ask, pretty sister, what happened to the corner of your mouth? Did you get bitten by something? This little fellow's power of observation was too sharp. Daniela raised her delicate fingers and caressed the corner of her lips. She shivered when she remembered how she was pressed against the French windows and kissed forcefully by that pervert. Rubbing her arms, Danny did not respond and found a reason to get away before going to the cantina kitchen to prepare their meals. After breakfast, she planned to record a new food video at Noella's home. She did not expect to meet Monica at the hospital lobby. Monica entered the hospital adorned in sunglasses, followed by two bodyguards and a domestic helper, full of the air of a rich young lady. Daniela sized up Monica calmly and found that her clothing and makeup were somewhat similar to her style from 4 years ago, which made her laugh inwardly. Monica's features had always been delicate and gentle, and her current style seemed out of place on her, as though she was dressing up like a queen without being able to pull it off. Daniela's features could be pure and charming. With makeup applied, she would look radiant and stunning. She had flawless features that were beautiful beyond comparison. Even without deliberately dressing up, the elegance emanating from her would be able to crush Monica. During these 4 years, both Daniela and Monica had undergone contrasting changes. Monica, once soft and weak, became pompous. Daniela, once proud and ostentatious, became gentle. The differences were astounding. Episode 14, The Scene at the Hospital. Monica didn't expect to bump into Daniela at the hospital. Daniela was not wearing any makeup. Her long hair was pulled into a loose bun, revealing her forehead and natural beauty. Her facial features looked simple and pretty, and her skin was smooth and radiant. She She was wearing a sweater and white leggings that made her look tall and slender. She was also carrying a big bag on her shoulders. Even though there were a lot of people in the hospital and her outfit was casual, she stood out and was hard to ignore. Passers-by found themselves drawn to her as she stood there, seemingly unaware of the attention. Her eyes were sparkly and captivating. Her skin was flawless without a single blemish, and looked positively glowing. She looked great even with no makeup on, and simply looking at her made people jealous. Who was this beautiful woman? In the 4 years that Daniela had been away, Monica had lived a luxurious life. She had spared no expense, pampering herself with luxury skincare products and facial treatments, but she still lost in comparison to Daniela's perfect skin. Monica seethed inside when she noticed all the attention Daniela was getting. It's always been the same. Daniela had stolen all of her spotlight the moment she had returned. Danny, you're really back? Did you go to the broadcasting station for an interview yet? I thought I saw you, but wasn't sure. You didn't tell us you were coming back. Monica walked towards Daniela and acted like she was very happy to see her. The broadcasting company was the first of its kind that Daniela's maternal grandfather founded, and was Michaeltown's largest commercial broadcaster. Her grandfather put a lot of effort into the company in the early years, and it was once scoring the highest viewer ratings in the country. This broadcasting company was the only inheritance that remained standing after the family had fallen from its grace. Apart from wanting to become an anchorwoman, Daniela wanted to take the company back from Sam. It was her grandfather's heart and soul. Of course, she knew that this was going to be a long journey, but she was ready for the difficulties and obstacles she would have to face. Daniela lifted her chin, acting as arrogant as she was in her younger days. Do I have to inform you if I'm going for an interview with my own family's broadcasting company? Monica, you're probably worried you won't stand a chance to become an anchorwoman if I pass the interview, aren't you? Monica smirked. To her surprise, Daniela had not changed, even 4 years later. She was still just a pretty face with a good figure and no brains. Judging by her expression, Daniela guessed that Monica still saw her as simple-minded as she'd been before. She would continue to wear a mask in front of these pretentious people. Why would I? Haven't I already defeated you 4 years ago, Danny? Oh, right. I should let you know I might be pregnant. Monica caressed her still very flat stomach. I really wasn't planning to be pregnant so quickly, but Carl didn't want to wear a condom every time we made love. He doesn't like to have something between us. You don't know how powerful his stamina is. As she said all this blatantly, a hint of shyness appeared on Monica's face. She smiled as if embarrassed, elegantly covering her mouth. Oh, but of course you wouldn't know. After all, Carl always felt you were too dirty after you'd lost your virginity 4 years ago to some random stranger. He didn't want anything to do with you since then. Daniela looked down when she noticed a tall figure walking towards them from the corner of her eyes. She lifted her hand to wipe at the corner of her eyes. Monica, since you and Carl are together now, please stop coming to me to brag. I wish you two a long and happy life together and to be blessed with children soon. As Carl started towards them, Daniela ran away with her head down and hand over her mouth, looking devastated. Carl wanted to stop Daniela, but Monica ran into his arms before he could reach for her. Carl, Daniela just said that she wanted to snatch you away from me. Carl pushed Monica away from his chest and frowned his eyebrows at the sight of her heavily made-up face. What I saw was Danny running away looking sad after being bullied by you. Monica widened her eyes in disbelief. She must have acted that way because she saw you coming. Carl, Daniela already lied to you 4 years ago by acting like all innocent, even though she was being promiscuous. Don't you remember the pain she put you through? Carl pressed Monica back to his chest again after she said that. He rested his chin on top of her head, but his brown eyes couldn't help but stare at the gorgeous woman making her way out of the hospital's lobby. Her shoulders were hunched, and her head stayed down as she wrapped her arms around her body. She looked like she was crying. Carl tightened his jaw as he felt his heart hurt. Why would the girl he once treasured lead such a promiscuous life? She was supposed to be the one having his children. Carl still felt the hatred for her come up when he thought about that scene 4 years ago. But where would that hate come from if there was no love? He was unable to forgive, yet could never forget her. He felt the urge to run after her, especially after seeing how lonely she looked. Carl forced himself to look away from that slender figure as he tightened his embrace on Monica's shoulders. Monica gasped in pain from his hold. She looked up at him. "Carl, let's go in for the checkup." Carl looked down at Monica's stomach and felt the gnawing guilt eat away at his heart. Monica was so loyal and treated him better than anyone else did. He couldn't let her down. Daniela turned back to look at the couple. They were leaving the lobby after she'd run out of the hospital. She changed her facial expression back to normal and scoffed to herself. Although Monica was gentle and caring, she was also petty and suspicious. If Carl treated her any differently, there certainly would be some troubles in the pair's life in the future. Daniela did not have a single good memory with Sam, Olivia, Monica, or even with Carl. Any inkling of remotely positive memories was shred to pieces 4 years ago. After she left to go abroad, her mother got admitted to a hospital with her illness. Daniela approached Sam to borrow some money. Initially, he agreed, but when she called him again to confirm the details, he blocked her number, and she wasn't able to contact him ever since. He didn't help when he could, even though he was spending her maternal grandfather and her mother's money. Daniela does not need this scum in her life. She'll never forgive him. Liam came out for a walk and to get some sun, and was surprised by the scene of Daniela being bullied by Monica. He also thought that Daniela was crying, seeing her posture, and his small straight eyebrows furrowed together. He was still quite young. The boy was just 3 years old, and was sick as well. He couldn't stay by Mommy's side all the time to protect her. If only he could find a strong man for Mommy to rely on until he recovered. He must find a man that is more handsome and taller than the one that had just bullied his mommy. Jess took Liam around the garden. She looked at him, confused, as he looked like he had the weight of the world on his tiny shoulders, and asked him gently, "Liam, are you missing your mommy?" Compared to other children his age, Liam was both taller and more mature than them. He was intelligent and considerate, especially when it came to his mom. His tender and young face would have a serious and cold expression whenever he was deep in thought, or when he was unhappy. Even Jess felt a little fearful of him in those moments. He was simply born that way. Liam slowly shook his head, then asked Jess with his eyebrows furrowed, "Grandma Jess, do you know who the most handsome and the tallest person in Michaeltown is?" Jess was speechless. Liam thought for a while with his head tilted as he considered Jess's lack of response before he pouted and said, "It will be very hard to find someone more handsome than me." Jess asked him, "Liam, why do you want to look for the most handsome and tall man?" Of course, Liam would not tell Jess that he wanted to find someone for his mom to rely on. He didn't want to see any strange men next to her. But he had no choice but to share his mommy, since he could not protect her properly just yet. He was still recovering. Liam's little eyebrows wrinkled in concentration as his black eyes looked around. Suddenly, he saw a man standing under an old tree, talking to a doctor in a white coat. Oh, it was the same man that he saw at the hotel lobby the other day. He was wearing a black silk shirt with a V-cut, revealing his prominent collarbones and muscly chest. Black suit pants covered his long legs. He was dressed completely in black and looked extremely cool. Perfect. Episode 15. Introducing my fairy to you. Mr. Moore, you have to take your medicine regularly and on time. Your condition was already improving when you came in for your last checkup. Why would you suddenly lose control of your condition again? Did you stop taking your medicine? Jordan stared at the old doctor, who had been nagging all the way from the doctor's office to the garden, where they were now standing. Annoyed, he raised his eyebrows, his face cold and distant, both hands in pockets, and snapped. Are you done? Mr. Moore, I'm going to have to call Madam if you continue to disregard my advice. The old doctor sighed, slowly shaking his head from left to right. Jordan's handsome face became very stern. His deep-set black eyes stared at the old doctor without a hint of warmth as he said, You won't dare. The old doctor felt goosebumps rise on his back from Jordan's threatening stare. He shifted his gaze and coughed slightly. Madam specifically told me to call her if you don't listen to me. His was about to explode when he said, enunciating every word, Why don't you try calling, old man? The old doctor was about to say something, but a childlike voice said, So, the big guy is too scared to take medicine? That's embarrassing. You're not as brave as Liam. Jordan turned around to see a small child with a cute face, wearing a hospital gown and a cap. He raised his eyebrow and said coldly, Little boy, do you know who you're talking to? Liam put both his hands in the pockets of his hospital gown. He was not even the tiniest bit afraid of Jordan, who had a strong presence that scared people off. The boy pouted his pinkish lips, saying seriously, I'm not afraid of a man who doesn't even dare to take medicine. Jordan squinted his black eyes that were set so deep that one could no longer see them. He smirked. Who said I didn't dare to take medicine? The doctor heard Jordan and hurried to pass the pill bottle he was carrying into the man's arms. Mr. Moore, please remember to take your medicine every day and on time. Jordan stood there and stared at the doctor. The old doctor chuckled and rushed to leave as he gave Liam a thumbs up. Liam sat on a flower pot and watched Jordan stare at the pill bottle in his hand with disgust. Liam's legs swung about. Big guy, there's nothing to be afraid of when you take medicine, but I can understand it's scary for you. After all, not everyone's like me and has a magical fairy that is good at making desserts. My fairy always makes something delicious as a treat every time I take my medicine. Golden rays of sunlight landed on the little boy's pale face. Jordan felt some familiarity as he stared at the boy's face and its features. Jordan never liked children. He did not have the patience to hold a conversation with him either. He was about to turn and leave when the kid spoke again. Although you're not as handsome as I am, you're taller than me. You should be able to protect my fairy for now. Liam easily jumped down from the flower pot. He had a children's phone hanging on his chest, and he pressed a few buttons with his tiny fingers. Here, I'll let you take a look at my fairy. Jordan found it rather amusing. Where did this mischievous kid come from? His fairy was probably around the same age as the boy. Why would he even want to look at a 3-year-old little girl? Jordan had a hand in his pocket as he looked down at Liam. His expression was rather arrogant. "Little boy, you should keep your fairy to yourself." Liam ground his teeth a little. This big guy was a little hard to deal with. Liam was always told he looked like he had been carved from marble. People would always praise him for being so cute and handsome, be it when he was traveling or when he came back to this country. This person, however, seemed like he didn't want to see him at all. That was out of the ordinary. All right, it's fine if he didn't want to see him. Liam didn't think the man would still act this way after he showed him his mom's photo. After all, there were many handsome men that wanted to woo Danny when they were still abroad. "My fairy is the greatest beauty in the world. It's your loss if you don't want to see her." Liam lifted his phone, showing Jordan the screen. Jordan was not interested. "How old is your fairy?" "She's 22 years old, 168 centimeters tall, and her body dimensions are, I don't know them, but her figure is really good. Besides, her skin is fair and she's really pretty." Jordan scoffed coldly. Women would do anything to get him these days. He couldn't believe this woman got such a little boy to promote herself. "Go back and tell your fairy that I'm not interested in a woman with such a devious mind." Jordan turned to leave. He didn't even take a few steps when a small silhouette ran out in front of him and blocked his way. Jordan felt he had already been too nice to this naughty kid, despite his impatience. He lifted a brow as darkness glinted in his eyes. "Move out of my way, kid." If it was any other person, they would have long been scared away by Jordan's domineering stance. However, this naughty kid in front of him was neither afraid nor surprised. He simply looked back at him with a pair of big black eyes. The stubborn and fearless attitude of the boy reminded him of the woman that had upset him yesterday. At the thought of that woman, Jordan couldn't help but glance at the naughty kid once again. Were his eyes playing a trick on him? Why did the brat look a little like that woman? He bent down slightly. His deep-set eyes moved towards the screen of the phone the kid was holding up. The photo that Liam was showing was a photo that he had secretly sent himself from Daniela's phone. It was a private photo that Daniela had, and it was not shared anywhere. In the photo, Daniela was wearing a bikini with a white shirt covering her upper body. Her hair and body were wet from seawater as she had just walked out of the ocean. She did not have makeup on, and she had a big, happy smile on her face. Cute dimples were showing while her eyes had sparkles in them. The thin shirt clung tightly to her body, revealing every part of her figure. Under the shirt, there was a pair of long, skinny legs that could steal anyone's attention. At first glance, Jordan thought that it was a racy photo that the kid had downloaded from some magazine. But upon closer inspection, he realized that the woman looked more than a little familiar. "Who is she to you?" Liam looked at Jordan as if he was an idiot. He raised his eyebrows. "Didn't I just tell you that she's my fairy?" "Is she your mom or older sister?" Jordan asked directly. Liam blinked his big eyes as his mind raced. If he said that she was his mother, would the man look down on her for getting pregnant before getting married? To be safe, Liam replied, "Of course, she's my older sister." "What about your parents?" "I have never met my father. He's probably drinking tea in heaven. It's not like I'm concerned about him anyway. I'm fine as long as I have my Danny." Jordan squinted his black eyes. "Who is that Danny?" "Why are you so stupid? Danny is obviously my older sister. Jordan raised his big hand, picked Liam up by his shirt. Child, you are very brave. Try talking to me with such disrespect again. Liam pouted. Only mean people use violence to settle their problems. Huh. Now, I'm not sure if I should introduce my fairy to you after all. Jordan watched as the kid's black and deep eyes filled with thought. He placed him back down on the ground coldly. His words were cold and indifferent. Give me her number. He had just warned her off yesterday, and her younger brother already found him today. Was this woman courting death or playing hard to get? Liam couldn't read what Jordan was thinking. He didn't know why, but he felt like this man was different from all the others from the moment he first saw him at the airport. You can add Danny on WhatsApp. She will add you if you message her that you've been introduced by Liam. Episode 16, The Bad Temper. The headquarters of SG Corporation were centrally located in an 88-floor high-rise office building as tall as the clouds. Every inch of its exterior architecture and internal furnishings exuded extravagance and opulence. In the CEO's office on the highest floor, a handsome man dressed in a black-collared shirt and matched pressed trousers was holding a golf club. His stance casual as he gave a lazy swing of the club. Two people who looked to be executives who were waiting to report their work clapped when the golf ball entered the hole with just one swing. Young Mr. Jordan, your skills have improved again. A loud sound ripped through the silence in the room, and a ball landed on the sales manager's forehead, and he winced. Jordan threw the golf club to the side and walked behind the office table. He picked up a document and threw it at the sales manager, its papers flying everywhere. What the hell is this? This is your work report for the next quarter? I hired you with such a high salary to work, not to suck up to me. If you don't increase the sales by 20% in the next quarter, you can kiss your job goodbye and scram. The sales manager wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his head bowed in submission. He did not dare to look up at the CEO, who was notorious for his foul temper and ability to throw one out of the company without notice. Yes. After he was done lecturing the sales manager, Jordan looked at the marketing director, whose legs were shaking. He took a few photos from his table and threw them at him. These are all of the candidates for our company spokesperson? Are you blind? They all look identical, down to their sharp chins, big eyes, and fake breasts. Do you think this is the Congregation for the Plastic Surgery Association? The photos scattered on the floor were all top celebrities from the entertainment industry. They all had outstanding appearances, down to their figures and popularity. The marketing director did not know why his CEO was still unhappy with the choices. They were the cream of the crop. Young Mr. Jordan, please give me a little more time. I will definitely find the most suitable spokesperson. Jordan scrunched his brows together and rubbed his temples before slamming both hands on the office table. He could not control his temper anymore. All of you, get out. Moments later, the office regained its stillness after the two executives scampered out of the room. Jordan glared at two offensive items on the table. He had not touched the medicine since he threw them to the side, and his mobile phone that lay completely still next to it. His defined and long fingers reached over to get his phone. Swiping the screen of his phone, he opened the messaging application. He had added that woman's WhatsApp 6 hours ago. However, she still did not appear in his group of friends on WhatsApp. It's not good when a woman plays too hard to get. Daniela got a call from Mia on her way back to the hospital, after filming a cooking video at Noella's house. My mom fell accidentally. I want to bring her to the hospital, but she refuses to go. Can you do me a favor? Mia pleaded. Her tone was gentle, yet laced with a small tinge of begging, and Daniela could hear the worry in her voice. Is Mrs. Nicholson all right? What kind of favor? I will do what I can to help. My mom is working as a part-time helper for an old lady. The old lady said that her grandson was coming for dinner tonight and told my mom to prepare a few more dishes. However, my mom scraped her palms when she fell, and I don't know whether she broke any bones. She keeps insisting that she needs to prepare dinner at the old lady's place, as she's afraid of losing her job. Daniela understood then what kind of favor Mia wanted from her. She agreed easily. Send me the address of the old lady's house, then send Mrs. Nicholson to the hospital quickly. Leave it to me. Daniela was usually clear and could easily distinguish between her loved ones and the ones she didn't. For anyone who had ever been good to her, she would give her all to them if she could. There were not many people left who she cared about. Mia and Mrs. Nicholson were a part of them. Danny took a taxi to go to the address Mia had sent her as soon as she received it. The old lady stayed in an old and ancient courtyard house that was quiet, unique, and elegant. She explained Mrs. Nicholson's situation when she saw the housekeeper in charge of taking care of the old lady, and assured her she was capable of doing the job. After some basic instructions, the housekeeper brought her into the kitchen. 2 hours later, 6 dishes and 1 soup dish were placed on the large round table. The only thing missing was a fruit platter. Daniela wiped away the sweat from her forehead. She was about to take a break when steady footsteps suddenly sounded from outside in the hall. Following the sound of the opening door and some shuffling, she could hear the housekeeper's voice trail over. "Sir, you're back." Danny walked into the dining room entrance and glanced into the living room. All she saw was a tall and bulky silhouette walking over from the porch. A pair of suit pants ironed to a crease-free finish wrapped around the man's long and slender legs. He wore a black shirt with a V-neck, revealing his collarbones and chest like an endless tease. It made him look sexy and wild. The man's steps were long and lazy, similar to an elegant cheetah, as if circled its unknowing prey. An overwhelming aura of arrogance surrounded him. Danny's gaze landed on the man's handsome and perfect face under his short black hair. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she hurriedly flew back into the kitchen. Oh my God, did she not see wrongly? Did she? Could that pervert be the precious grandson that the old lady talked about? How could the world be so small? His domineering words from the previous night came back to haunt her. Don't ever let me see you again. She held her face in her hands and paced around the kitchen. Although she did not appear at this place purposefully, would he be mistaken that she came here for him, given his narcissism and arrogance? Danny hit her head with tiny fists, telling herself to calm down. She found a chef's hat and a face mask in the kitchen to disguise herself. She hoped it would be enough. Just as she finished disguising herself, the man's slightly impatient and stony voice called from behind her. "Give me a bottle of water." Danny was speechless. Was he talking to her? The man who was standing at the entrance of the room walked inside the kitchen, probably because she did not respond to him. She had been standing in front of the refrigerator. She could feel the strong aura the man brought with him as he walked towards where she was, even without turning her head. The pressure in the room was very strong. Just as he was almost behind her, Danny opened the refrigerator swiftly and took out a bottle of mineral water from inside. She passed it to the man behind her directly without turning back. Jordan looked down when he took the bottle of water, and a fair and slender neck captured his attention. He He glanced at the lady standing in front of the refrigerator with her back facing him. She was wearing a chef's hat on her head, a plain sweater with a hood, and white leggings. Her legs were slender and straight. Jordan cursed quietly. He opened the bottle of mineral water and finished drinking the half-liter bottle in one go. The corners of Danny's lips twitched after hearing the gulping sound of the man drinking water. It was no wonder that his grandma said his stomach was not in very good shape since he drank so much cold water the way he did. He only has himself to blame. He deserves it. Just as she was happily attacking him in her mind, an empty water bottle suddenly hit the back of her head. Although it did not hurt much, it still gave her a shock. She stepped back in reflex, but she stepped accidentally on the water bottle that had rolled to the floor. Just as she was about to fall to the floor, a slender and powerful arm stretched towards her. It wrapped around her slim waist, tightly. Danny held in a ragged breath. The side of her shoulder was resting against the man's sturdy and warm chest. A devilishly cold and playful voice rasped into her ear. "Woman, are you done playing?" She had not had the chance to speak when the man's other hand tore the chef's hat and face mask away from her face. He looked down at her with his sharp black eyes, piercing and cold. His thin lips were set in a condescending smirk, looking at her with a sneer as he judged her. Danny furrowed her brows. By the time her mind finally caught up with what had happened, she exclaimed in anger, "Let go of me." Jordan's black eyes darkened slightly. His smirking lips turned cold. "Let go of you?" "Yes." "As you wish." With that said, the large hand that was wrapped around her waist let go. Danny would definitely fall if he let go. She had always been afraid of pain since she was young, and she held onto his shirt's collar tightly with both of her hands. Just as she was stabilizing her body, her shoulder was held painfully by one of his large hands. Almost immediately, her slender figure was pushed against the refrigerator fiercely, his body towering over her in a menacing manner. Episode 17, A Shameless Man. Daniela felt pain as her shoulders slammed against the refrigerator. She couldn't help but cry out a soft, "Ah!" Jordan gripped onto Daniela's shoulder with one hand, his other hand wrapped tightly around her waist. He cursed under his breath. This woman was probably made of feathers. She was unbelievably soft. Daniela's waist was pressed against the refrigerator by his big hand and was starting to itch. She struggled, hissing at him, eyes sparking with rage. "Let me explain first. I didn't appear in front of you on purpose." A lazy smirk returned to the man's handsome face. A chuckle resonated from his chest as he said indifferently, "I haven't done anything. What are you shouting for? Why are you so defensive?" Daniela couldn't help but roll her eyes. She shouted because he hurt her shoulder when he pushed her, okay? What was this pervert even thinking? Daniela was about to answer when she heard him tease her again, his voice lifeless and lazy. "I'm already hard from your voice." Daniela instinctively looked towards his stomach. The man's sharp and well-defined chin conveniently rested on the top of her head. A teasing laugh resonated from the man's throat. "Do you want me to take off my pants to show you?" "Pervert!" Daniela placed both her hands on the man's chest to push him away with all her strength. "I'll call for someone if you keep acting like that," she huffed, turning her face away from him. She must be really unlucky. She had already met this man 3 times, including today. She had already promised herself she would never see him again. Was the fate against her? She always felt an inexplicable fear in her gut every time she saw him. Jordan was extremely handsome. He looked distant and arrogant when he wasn't smiling. His face was mostly passive and expressionless. On the other hand, he looked cold, evil, and uninhibited when he smiled. She shivered. His chest was firm and hard, like it was made from cement bricks. She could not push him away no matter how hard she tried. He was both good and evil. He was also unpredictable, and with his mind so deep in his thoughts all the time. He was extremely hard to read. "Woman, keep your hands to yourself." It was only then that Daniela noticed he was wearing a black V-neck shirt. Not only did the black of his fabric and white of her skin form a stark contrast, but when her fair, elegant fingers pushed against his chest, both of her index fingers went under his neckline by accident and directly touched his cold skin. It was slightly cooler than the rest of him. Daniela quickly removed her fingers. She hadn't had the chance to say anything yet when she heard the man speak shamelessly. "It's my turn to touch you." What? He thought she was touching his chest on purpose? "Sir, I think you're mistaken. Hey, what are you doing?" Daniela watched his large hand go under her sweater. She tried to push him away, but was held down, completely immobilized. She was so angry that her face went red. She was fuming. She had never seen someone so shameless and despicable. The man pressed where she was most soft and full before retrieving his hand. He smirked wickedly. "It feels all right." Daniela was furious, and her eyes flashed. She forgot he had bipolar disorder and should not be angered, or the consequences would be very serious. Her eyes turned red from rage as she lifted her knee and kicked him in the weakest spot. Jordan watched the woman act like a cat whose tail was stepped on. So angry she was. It was strangely attractive. A faint hint of laughter flashed in his dark black eyes. He caught and pressed down her knee just as she was about to kick him. His tall and fit body leaned forward, and his firm chest tightly pressed against her softness. His legs were slightly apart, trapping her slender legs between them. This suggestive position made them even closer to each other. Too close. They were breathing each other's air. Daniela could not move at all, being trapped between his legs and his chest. Their height difference was even more obvious as she was wearing flats today. He towered over her. Daniela lifted her head and glared at the man. Her gaze fell into his endless deep eyes. They were as dark as two black holes, absorbing everything in the world. His gaze on her was threatening, deep, and full of hidden intent. There was a strange smile that did not really seem like one on his handsome and cold face. She could see that in his eyes. She was likely just another prey that had no way to escape. Daniela cursed him in her mind. These past 2 days, she felt rather unlucky. When she sat in his car by accident on the day of her interview, she initially thought that he was an exceptional man who was abstinent and did not approach any woman. She would never have imagined that he was a complete devil. A devil with bipolar disorder that almost strangled her to death. Even thinking back on it gave her the chills. Daniela knew that she would be the only one who would suffer if she made him angry. As a result, she gave up on struggling. She forced herself to look into his dark eyes again. She calmly told him, "Mr. Nicholson is the part-time maid that your grandma hired. She'd fallen earlier today and couldn't come, which is why I'm here to help her. I didn't even know that you lived here until I came in." Jordan leaned on the wall, his hand above her head. The two of them were so close to each other that he could smell the faint fragrance on her. He leaned closer to her ear and asked calmly, "You wouldn't have come if you knew that I lived here?" She was really good at this. It was his first time seeing a woman who was so good at playing hard to get. She was still acting after getting her younger brother to find him. Her neck shrank back as his hot breath wrapped her ears when he spoke. She turned away from his sexy scarlet lips, not looking pleased. "Yes, I remember your warning from yesterday." The man seemed entirely too amused by her words, as if he heard a joke. As his long, thin fingers gripped her chin, he lifted her fair and beautiful face and scoffed. "You can say it's accidental if it's just once or twice, but at this point it's a third or fourth time. Are you really insisting it's all pure coincidence?" His grip on her chin turned into a pinch as he pressed his fingers harder. The smirk at the bottom of his eyes became cold and intrusive. "Now tell me, what's the real purpose in trying to get my attention so many times?" Daniela tried to calm her breath under his heavy stare. She struggled as her breath caught in her throat. This man didn't just have bipolar disorder. He was quite narcissistic as well. How was she to reason with someone who wasn't willing to listen? He probably thought he had all the power in the world, and that all women would offer themselves in a heartbeat as long as he wanted it, just because he was extremely handsome. Her lips twitched as she tried to stay calm. "You really think that you're it?" The man's expression changed. "What do you mean?" he inquired, enunciating every word one at a time. His frozen face made it clear. This was the calm before the storm. Even Daniela could feel his sharp and cold gaze without lifting her head. It was terrifying. And yet, she needed to clarify some things with him. She was certain he thought that she was plotting against him, but she needed to explain herself clearly. "What I meant is, I'm not interested in you." There was an evident drop in temperature in the air around them after she was done talking. Daniela felt the tension in the air once more. It was so thick you could cut through it with a knife, and she gulped with fear. She lifted both her hands and tried to fight him off with all her strength, but just him angry once again. He clasped her moving hands and held them down above her head with no effort. He looked very serious. His handsome yet threatening face inched towards hers. He had a vicious smile on his face. His lips were almost intimately close to her, and goosebumps crawled all over Daniela. She froze as her heart sank. She said coldly and sharply, "If there is a misunderstanding because I came to cook at your grandma's house today, I promise that I will never appear here again." Jordan's initially dark expression grew even darker and colder with her dismissive tone. "Your tricks are not bad. Congratulations, you've got my attention." Narcissistic, shameless, crazy, and bipolar man. Who wants your attention? What planet did he come from? My God, was he even capable of understanding human speech? Daniela did not want to reply to this self-absorbed prick. She clenched her jaw tight, still trying to fight her way out. Then suddenly she felt something weird as she struggled. He actually got hard. Episode 18. Ah, so sweet. Jordan looked down at the petite woman who kept struggling in his arms. She had dense, curled eyelashes that were unusually long. Every blink of her eye fluttered like gentle butterflies and seemed to be able to scratch the tip of one's heart. He smirked as his Adam's apple moved slightly. His body had a reaction. It was a strange feeling. He always thought he was less impressionable than most when it came to sex. It wasn't that no woman ever got into his bed, but it was rare to meet someone who could stir up his lust. But this woman... A tinge of interest flickered in Jordan's dark eyes. He watched as her earlobes turned red from anger. She seemed beside herself, and it only amused him further. He lifted his other hand and caressed her ears with an uncharacteristic gentleness. His fingers were cold, and Daniela slightly shivered when the cool touch brushed over her boiling hot earlobes. They danced over the tender skin, exploring and sending chills down her back. She did not know what this narcissist was trying to do. No matter how she explained, he didn't believe her and was still convinced she was trying to seduce him on purpose. The soft approach did not work, neither did the tough approach. What could she do to make him believe she really didn't have that kind of intention towards him? Is Jordan back? Yes, ma'am. The conversation between the madam and the housekeeper faintly reached Daniela's ears as their footsteps slowly approached. She started to struggle even harder. Let go of me, now. Elderly people tended to be more conservative in their thinking, and she had no idea what the old madam would think if she were to see the two of them hugging in the kitchen. Although Daniela knew she would never come back here again, she didn't want to embarrass herself. Jordan lifted up Daniela's completely red face with a firm hand. His black eyes were as dark as black ink. I'm interested in you. Be my woman. He was not asking her, nor was he asking for her opinion. It was exactly the type of presumptuous order that one would expect to come out of his mouth. It was clear he would not tolerate any form of rejection. One would think he was an emperor who was above everyone else. He was so intimidating and arrogant that it made her hair stand on end, as if no one on this earth could beat him. He would defeat them if they ever tried. Daniela had never met a man who could act like it was normal to be such a gangster. Daniela took a deep breath. She was about to reject him when the man's lips suddenly attacked hers. His one hand was clasped over both her wrists, and the other was pinching her chin, forcing her to lift her head up and accept his kiss. He pressed against her lips forcefully, wild and savage, with all the arrogance she had started to expect from him. Her mouth was slightly opened from the shock, and his scorching tongue swept across her teeth. Then, his tongue caught and twirled around her tongue, keeping it in place. He sucked it hard, capturing her lips and bearing down on her as if he wanted to devour her whole. Daniela's eyes widened, still frozen in shock that he even kissed her again. She struggled with all her might. She didn't want this. But his kiss only deepened as she struggled. The temperature between their lips increased by the second, the heat becoming a scorching blaze that was unstoppable. As she couldn't push him away, she pounded her hands on his shoulders aimlessly, and an occasional sigh of betrayal escaped her mouth. She was about to lose her breath from this intense entanglement. She had just gotten to breathe in after he let go of her, when he pressed against her lips once more. He forced her to open her mouth, spreading apart her teeth. His venomous tongue invaded her and twirled against her tongue like a vicious serpent. He expertly licked every inch in her mouth as he enjoyed the sweetness that filled his tongue as he explored. Where did Jordan go? I think Mr. Moore went into the kitchen. Daniela's agony was joined by panic as she heard the old lady and her housekeeper's footsteps approaching the kitchen. But the man kissing her violently was obviously not finished with her, as he didn't seem to have any intention to let go. Daniela was almost hysterical. Anxiety and fear filled her eyes at the prospect of being seen by the old lady and the housekeeper in such an inappropriate state. Not to mention, it was with a member of the family. She couldn't bear to even think of the consequences. Her heart jumped into her throat at the sound of the footsteps. They were... The man stared at her red and swollen wet that he had just attacked. He wanted to kiss her again. He raised his eyebrows and gave her an evil smirk. "What have you eaten today? It's so sweet." As soon as he asked, Daniela reached into a pocket in her sweater, searching for something. Daniela pulled out a caramel candy and offered it to Jordan. "Here, have this." Jordan snorted with contempt. "Like I would eat this kind of thing." Daniela was numb at this point and could only focus on the sound of the old lady and the housekeeper. They'd just reached the dining room. She bit her lips, seeing that Jordan continued to press tightly against her with no intention to move. She tugged on his hand and placed the caramel on his palm. "Mr. Moore, please, let go of me." Her next tactic was to sweet-talk him and pretend she was pacifying a stubborn pet. It was becoming more and more obvious that the resistant approach was not working when it came to this bipolar narcissist. Jordan curled his fingers around the obtrusive thing she'd forced into his hand. The caramel seemed to burn his palm. He glanced at her cute face that was still red from either anger or embarrassment, and her pretty eyes that were misty wet. His lips twitched, and he chuckled softly. By the time the old lady and the housekeeper entered the kitchen, Daniela was standing in front of the kitchen counter with her back facing the entrance. Her hidden face was completely red, and she pretended she was busy putting the fruit bowl together. In the other kitchen, Jordan was leaning against the refrigerator. One of his long legs was slightly bent as he unwrapped the caramel, his expression being one of pure disdain. After he peeled off the caramel's wrapper, he rolled the wrapper into a ball and threw it at the neck of the woman who was standing with her head down. This also happened to be the first thing the old lady saw when she entered the kitchen. She immediately furrowed her brows and scrunched her face to scold her naughty grandson. "Jordan, don't bully Miss Green." Jordan lifted his eyebrow. He threw the caramel up high, caught the candy with his mouth, and a naughty smile appeared on his face as he chewed on the candy. It was really fucking sweet. The old madam stared at her grandson and shook her head helplessly. He acted like a child even though he was already way past 20. Pointing a finger at Jordan, she sounded displeased, yet soft. "Oh, you..." The old lady then looked at Daniela, who was busy plating the fruits in a bowl. This young girl was quietly preparing dinner by herself. The girl was fair and quite beautiful, and looked like she had never done any housework in her life, let alone cooking a feast that she was tasked with. For a moment there, she suspected the girl would burn the kitchen down when the housekeeper first brought her in. But when she passed by the dining room to get to the kitchen, her stomach growled. Despite not really having an appetite for days, the tempting smells coming from the different aromatic dishes almost made her mouth water. Most importantly, the young lady did not make a mess of the kitchen after she was done cooking. Everything was spotless. The kitchen counter was clean, and the shelves were neat and tidy. It did not look like a kitchen that had just been used. The old lady nodded in her mind, forming a good impression of this young woman. She said with a motherly smile, "Daniela, it's been tough on you today. Come in and eat with us." "I apologize, ma'am. I'll have something later." Daniela turned around, her head slightly bowed. The old lady thought the girl was shy since she saw that Jordan was back and was quick to assure her, "You don't have to care about this brat of mine. He doesn't usually bully girls. I will scold him again after dinner." "Ma'am..." Jordan placed both his hands in his pockets as he stared at Daniela with raised eyebrows. Just stay, as my grandmother told you, or are you afraid that I will eat you up? He gave her a wicked smile. Daniela glared at the man in embarrassment and anger, but he was no longer looking at her. Jordan wrapped his long arm around the old lady's shoulder. Grandma, didn't you urge me to get you a granddaughter-in-law? I just found one. Hearing Jordan's words, Daniela stumbled and almost fell. She couldn't possibly be the granddaughter-in-law he was referring to, could she? After placing the plates, Daniela took a deep breath before walking out. She had no other choice but to stay and eat with the grandmother and grandson, since she couldn't come up with any other excuse to decline the invitation. As they ate, the old lady laughed and chatted voraciously with Jordan. She was more than delighted that the dishes cooked by Daniela just the way she liked them, and that her grandson was back home. They completely disregarded the no speaking while eating rule that a rich and influential family would normally have. So 19. What are you sad about, kitten? The old lady was almost 70 years old, yet she was still strong and full of life. Jordan, when will you bring my granddaughter-in-law home? The old lady asked. Jordan put down his knife and fork and casually leaned against the back of the chair. His deep-set black eyes stared at the petite woman sitting opposite him as she focused on eating her food. He stared at her long, luscious lashes as her eyes looked down at her food. He clicked his tongue and slightly raised his eyebrow. The way he looked like he was holding back a smile, yet also was not smiling, made him look quite devilish. Daniela felt so awkward with this unrestrained gaze. Raising her eyes a little, she glared, wanting to kick him under the table. Stop staring. The man's lips turned up into an evil smile at the sight of her having the guts to stare at him. The old lady was enjoying her soup when she heard Jordan's amused laughter. She looked at him in confusion. You mischievous boy, what are you laughing at? Grandma is asking when you'll bring my granddaughter-in-law home. Jordan used the hand that he placed on the back of the chair to rub his lips. There could still feel the remnants of Daniela's soft and fresh fragrance lingering. He could taste her sweetness. His laughter was wild and arrogant. Grandma, my little kitten will get angry if you ask about your granddaughter-in-law again. The older lady was getting even more confused. Daniela felt anxious, panicking that the narcissist sitting in front of her would throw her under the bus. She had never been such a pushover, yet in front of him, she couldn't explain the fear and desire to escape she felt whenever she was in his presence. His aura was too oppressive, too intimidating. Daniela sent a warning gaze to the man. He merely smirked back at her. Little cook, why are you always staring at me? Daniela almost choked to death on her rice. This person was so unbelievably shameless. From the way he sat, sprawled across the chair, his black shirt was tight on his chest, making his six-pack visible. His long fingers were resting on the back of his chair, moved to his lips. The way his Adam's apple slowly moved up and down was so sexy. Regardless of how charismatic and attractive he was, Daniela remained unmoved. She could never be interested in this narcissist, notwithstanding the fact that he had almost strangled her to death yesterday. He was still the devil in her eyes. However, the two young maids that were in the dining room couldn't help but blush furiously as they stared at the handsome man. Their boss was really very good-looking. Jordan moved closer towards the dining table as he saw that Daniela had once again looked down to eat. His long and muscular leg moved to touch Daniela's leg under the table. Daniela startled in surprise, and her fork fell on the table. Her thin eyebrows furrowed tightly together as she glanced at the man who twisted his leg around hers under the table. She tried to move her leg away, but found it blocked and cursed him in her head. "Little cook, am I handsome?" he asked shamelessly. The old lady used her spoon to hit the back of his hand, seeing that Jordan was always teasing Daniela. "You brat, what's wrong with you today? Why are you bullying Miss Green?" Jordan pouted pitifully, looking highly aggrieved. "Grandma, when did you see me bullying her?" Daniela felt somewhat dazed at the sight of Jordan acting childishly in front of his grandmother as he lifted his eyebrows like a little boy. Although this person was perverted and annoying, he still acted like a child who had not grown up when he was in front of his grandma. All of a sudden, she was hit with a pang of envy. He could reveal his childlike side to his closest family. When she had no one else, she could depend on herself, since her mother was not mentally well and her father no longer cared for her, especially after he had gotten what he wanted. Her eyelashes fluttered close as she let out a silent breath. After dinner, Daniela went to the kitchen to take out the fruit bowl. Just as she was about to step out, a pair of strong arms wrapped around from behind her. Jordan's firm, masculine chest leaned against her slender back, his scorching tongue a light touch on her earlobe before Daniela could react. "Kitten, why are you sad?" Daniela was shocked. It seemed like he was surprisingly sensitive. She had quickly covered her emotions up after only showing a hint of sadness at the dining table, yet he still managed to capture it. She didn't want to answer him. She put down the fruit bowl and then gazed at the two big hands that were wrapped around her waist. She furrowed her eyebrows, and her voice was sharp as she ignored his question. "Mr. Moore, I will not be your woman." She took a deep breath to try to communicate with him properly. "I'll be honest with you. I have a boyfriend." If it was any other man, they would back off from their advances as soon as they heard that she was taken. But this narcissist behind her was one of a kind. He simply ordered, "Then break up with him." He let go of her waist and turned her around by the shoulders. His black eyes looked at her seriously. "Be mine, and I will give you everything that you want." He was a businessman and was a skilled negotiator. He also knew what women needed and wanted the most. In this materialistic world, very few were able to dissociate themselves from the temptation of wealth. "I can give you a blank check. You can write in any amount." Danielle scoffed, her voice cold. "Mr. Moore wants to be my sugar daddy?" "You can put it that way." He glanced at her like an arrogant king bestowing a gracious honor on a peasant, as if it was an honor for her to be taken under his wing. Daniela held back the urge to slap him. She smiled with her mouth only. "I'm sorry then. I really love my boyfriend. I wouldn't break up with him even if you gave me $100 million. The man did not expect to be outright rejected with no hesitation. His expression darkened as he pinched her chin with his long fingers. His dark eyes flashed with a threat. "Woman, your brother still insisted to introduce you to me even though you have a boyfriend? You should quit playing hard to get. Your tricks are getting old and boring." Daniela raised her eyebrows. She didn't understand what he meant. What younger brother was talking to him about her? "You're crazy. I suggest you seek a therapist to check your head." Danielle wanted to leave when she picked up the fruit bowl. Alas, the fruit bowl was kicked away once she walked past Jordan. He grabbed her by the wrist and swung her forcefully towards the kitchen counter. The counter slammed into the back of her waist, and she gasped in pain. He continued to tightly hold onto her wrist, as if he wanted so badly to crush her bones. He pulled her face towards his, with aggression in his voice and a hard metallic glint in his eyes. "Do you have a death wish?" Daniela's heart sank. She was doomed. She had made him angry again. She made him angry again, even though she knew he had bipolar disorder and couldn't control his emotions. But he did cross the line. How could she possibly say yes to him when he continuously acted so inappropriately? Just as she thought that he was going to strangle her to death, he let go of her wrist and strode out of the room, his thunderous gaze furious as he slammed the door. The hinge rattled and the walls shuddered in his wake. Daniela was cleaning the fruits off the floor when the old lady entered the kitchen. She glanced around the kitchen and at the woman kneeling on the ground. "Miss Daniela, did Jordan bully you?" Although the old lady was very nice, Daniela didn't want to have any further contact with this family. She also didn't want to say any bad things about the lady's grandson either, so she shook her head. "I accidentally dropped it. Mr. Bourne wasn't bullying me." The lady did not press any further, and Daniela bid her farewell. After she tidied up and cleaned the kitchen, she couldn't wait to leave. The old lady returned to her room and saw Jordan tearing the room down, searching for something in her cabinet. She coughed lightly. "Do you have feelings for Miss Daniela?" Jordan did not turn back. His voice was cold and hard. "No." "You really don't? I noticed her eyes were red. Did you bully her?" Her eyes were red? Jordan raised his eyebrows and his dark face lightened somewhat. "Grandma, where's the bottle of bruise ointment old Charlie left?" "What old Charlie? Show some respect, you mischievous brat. He's from a well-known Roberts family that had been practicing Ayurvedic medicine for generations. The bruise ointment that they make themselves can't be bought even if you have money. Why do you need the ointment?" "Patrick injured his wife. He asked me to borrow it from you." Episode 20, Love at First Sight. Mia went to the shopping mall after she sent her mother home from the hospital. It turned out she had a slight fracture in her arm. She bought a toy robot, then a basket of fruit, and went to the hospital again. She had only walked a few steps after she parked when she saw a luxury sports car parked not too far away. It was the Lycan Hypersport. With a limited number of only 7 models in the entire world, it was a dream car. It was a special edition luxury sports car that the young heir of the entertainment company that she was signed with wanted to buy but couldn't afford. The price was astronomical, and even finding one was unheard of. Mia's eyes widened with surprise. What surprised her even more and stopped her in her tracks was the man who stepped out of the car. He was dressed in black and had a pair of trendy sunglasses covering his eyes. His quite handsome face looked like it was carved out of the world's finest piece of marble. His nose was well defined, while his thin lips were tightly pressed together. He exuded a coldness that could push everyone around him 1,000 miles away. There were several girls who stopped to stare at him with shy, covert glances, yet no one dared to approach him, as they were scared off by his frosty demeanor. Jordan took his sunglasses off as he pulled his phone out of his pocket. His slender fingers slid across the phone screen as he made a call while walking towards the main hospital building. Mia's heart thumped a few times. Her eyes followed him unconsciously. The two of them ended up in the same elevator. Mia stood in the corner, observing him as inconspicuously as she could. Her heart jumped in her throat as she stared at the stranger's stylish hair and her eyes roamed over his wide, masculine back. She remembered this man. She saw him in the club, and he was hard to forget. There were a few bodyguards that followed behind and obeyed his command when he walked out of the private room back in the club. Mia heard him speaking on the phone, his voice impressionless and eyes cold. "Old man, did you find the hospital room of the kid I told you about?" "Liam Green? 608. Got it." Mia's heart skipped a beat when she heard Liam's name and room number. This handsome, intimidating man who had an aura that was terrifying and cold was here to look for Liam? How was he related to Liam? Why hadn't Daniela mentioned him before? The man stepped out as soon as the elevator reached the 6th floor, his steps big and confident as he breezed through the corridor on his long legs. Mia rushed after the tall stranger. She took a deep breath and pushed down her anxiety. She said softly, "Sir, are you looking for Liam?" The man in front of her didn't seem to have heard her. He was arrogant and cold, and didn't seem like he had any intention of even pause to give her time of day. Although Mia was not yet considered a big shot in the entertainment industry, she was still considered rather popular and had gained a solid reputation. This was the first time she was actively ignored by someone so rudely. And yet, she didn't dare to offend this person, who drove a Lycan hypersport. She spoke again, even sweeter and gentler this time. "Sir, I'm Liam's godmother and Daniela's best friend. Since I'm going to see them as well, why don't we go together?" At the sound of Daniela's name, the man stopped walking and his aristocratic and handsome face turned towards Mia. Although they were only a few steps apart, Mia just now was able to see him clearly for the first time. His facial features were thin and well-defined. Angular brows were a firm brushstroke across his forehead, and he had sharp and distinct black eyes that penetrated into her very soul. His scarlet lips were devilish and seemed forever pressed. The whole picture came together to form a perfect and charmingly handsome face that was unforgettable. His eyebrow was slightly lifted, which only added to his attractiveness and sex appeal. He reminded Mia of a lion, the king of all animals that stood proudly above the green plains. There was a sense of superiority and exceptional arrogance exuding from him. It drew all attention to him like moths to a flame. He was not the type that just any woman could tie down. Mia especially felt like she would be swallowed whole and could not breathe under his heavy gaze, particularly when her eyes met his, and she was sucked into that deep and dark well of nothingness. His presence made her feel shy and foolish. She looked away. Her voice was a bit shaky. I can bring you to Liam's hospital ward." Jordan squinted his cold black eyes. "You're Liam Green's godmother?" Mia nodded. "How is he related to Daniela?" Mia didn't know why he would ask something like this, but she answered truthfully. "Danny is Liam's mom. Do you know her?" Jordan's clearly defined lips pressed into a firm line, and he turned to leave without answering Mia. Mia raised her pretty eyebrows as she stared at the man who turned back to the elevators without looking back. His face was dark and cold. Did he not know that Liam was Danny's son? Mia bit her lips. She thought to herself that the man probably didn't like her after learning that Danny had a son. Besides, as far as she knew, Danny wasn't planning on getting another boyfriend. It would probably be fine even if she told him. Shaking her head to clear her thoughts, Mia carried the gifts into the hospital room. Daniela glared at her once and caught sight of the toys and fruits Mia brought with her. "You bring something every time. If you're going to insist on bringing gifts, you can't come anymore." Mia smiled gently. "I brought this for my godson. I would pluck the stars from the sky for him if that's what my precious grandson wanted." Looking around the room, her pretty brows raised in question. Where is my godson?" Daniela gave her a look that was both annoyed and affectionate. "Oh, him. I don't know who he takes after. The doctors, nurses, and patients on this entire floor all know him, even though he's only been here a few days. There was a little girl in the hospital room diagonally opposite from here. She didn't want to take her medicine and was crying for Liam. Jess took him over there to help." Mia couldn't help herself. "Who asked you to make my godson so handsome?" "Oh, right, Danny. Have you thought about finding his biological father? Daniela pressed her red lips, looking serious. If we can find a suitable bone marrow for Liam, I don't want to find that man, ever. From the depths of her vague memory, that man looked pretty decent. His status was probably not too bad. What if he wanted to take her son from her once he knew about Liam's existence? She could never let that happen. There were still many things that she wanted to do right now. She absolutely did not have the energy to deal with a lawsuit over the custody of her son with another person. Liam was her life. Hearing Daniela's words, Mia nodded with a heavy heart. Then, have you thought about getting into a relationship? It must be lonely to always be by yourself. Daniela laughed, shaking her head. I have high aspirations. I don't want to be tied down by some romantic relationships. Daniela paused for a moment and looked at Mia, then pinched her best friend's gentle face teasingly. What's the matter? Does our little Mia want to be in a relationship? Mia didn't hide it from Daniela. Her cheeks were slightly red as she recalled the earlier incident. Danny, I think I fell in love with a man at first sight. Daniela blinked. Really? Who is it? Do I know him? Mia bit her bottom lip with her pearly white teeth. She shook her red face and her lips seemed to heat up even more. I don't know what his name is. I don't know anything about him. All I know is that he's the most handsome and most charismatic person that I've ever met in my entire life. She slapped her flushed cheeks slightly and held onto them like a lovesick teenager. Mia was used to being partnered with male actors for her movies. They were all different types of people, and she had never heard Mia praise any of those good-looking men before. She could tell that the person she met this time was definitely attractive. I really want to meet this mystery man who made our Mia so smitten. You'll get a chance. Jess brought Liam back to the room, and Mia spent some time with her beloved godson before leaving. The nurse came over to take Liam's temperature. Miss Green, Dr. John asked you to come by his office. All right. After Daniela left, the nurse sat by the bed and looked at Liam. Oh, little baby, if only you were 20 years older. Jane really wants to marry you. Liam looked up at the ceiling. Another nurse wants to marry him. Ugh. Nurse Jane, you're the 11th person to propose to Liam since he's been hospitalized. Nurse Jane pouted. It's because baby Liam is the most handsome in the whole hospital. Liam was not modest at all. He smiled, pleased, and repeated shamelessly, Of course I am. You should see who gave birth to me. Yes. Your mommy is the prettiest mommy in the hospital. That's why the most handsomest boy would have to be with the prettiest girl. And that's why I can't accept your proposal, see? Nurse Jane nodded with defeat. I guess that makes sense. Episode 21, Liam's Amazing Assist. A few seconds later, Nurse Jane shook her head and responded, No, the most beautiful and handsome are mother and son. Actually, I wanted to ask you, Liam, darling, does your most beautiful mommy have a boyfriend now? This set the alarm bells ringing in Liam. All these nurses, after 11 had proposed to him, 10 of them would inquire about his pretty sister indirectly. Fortunately, he had already found backing for pretty sister. Liam smiled brightly. Yes, and he's super handsome. Cool, just like my Ultraman. Nurse Nancy was slightly disappointed. She wanted to introduce Miss Danny to her cousin, who had just returned from abroad. Let me see the Ultraman your mommy found next time, okay? Liam made an okay gesture coolly. After the nurses had taken Liam's temperature and left, he glanced at his mommy's cell phone on the cupboard. Pretty sister had gone to Uncle John's office to talk about his illness, so he expected that she would not be back for a while. Liam then looked at Mrs. Jess, who was on the balcony hanging clothes. He quickly picked up the phone on the cupboard. His little white fingers clicked a few times on the screen and easily released the password lock. Under his guidance that morning, Uncle Cool had requested to add Pretty Sister. Liam opened the WhatsApp page and saw a new friend request in Pretty Sister's address book. He clicked on it. He almost laughed out loud. Uncle Cool is too lame. It was not surprising that she had not accepted his request. Uncle Cool's WhatsApp name was a full stop. Profile photo? Liam clicked on it and could not help but roll his little eyes. The sharp knife, the sheath cast from pure gold, was inlaid with precious gems. The tip of the knife emitted a cold light under the golden rays of light. It was a morbid, chilling image that wasn't at all appealing. It was no wonder a woman would not accept his request with this type of WhatsApp name and profile photo. That was also the reason. Pretty Sister did not respond to him. It was surprising she even left his friend request there and did not reject him outright. He would not want to respond to a sharp knife that could have frightened anyone to death if it was him. Liam felt contemptuously that without him, this little angel, Uncle Cool, would not have any chance to even think of adding his Pretty Sister. Liam shook his head at his sacrifice. Uncle Cool is lucky he is almost as handsome as me. Otherwise, there is no way I would help him. Liam moved his little finger, clicked on the green button to accept, and then clicked Finish. A full stop with a sharp knife next to it lay in Pretty Sister's friends list. 1997 was a high-end clubhouse only the upper class could enter and leave. Inside a big and luxurious room, a couple of people indulged themselves in a lap of luxury, feasting in the revelry as well as indulging in sensual pleasures. They were scattered around the room, having drinking competitions, singing, playing billiards, dancing with sexy women, and any female star present felt honored to be called here by these people. One of the young models could not help but look at Will as she twisted her slender waist and approached him. Will was not in the mood to play with women tonight. As soon as the young model drew near, he pushed her away with no tenderness and moved to Jordan's side. The spaces surrounding Jordan were quiet. No woman dared to talk to him without his signal allowing them to do so. Especially tonight. As soon as he entered the room, he emanated a dangerous aura that kept people away. Even if many celebrities and young models wanted to climb onto him, they did not dare go close with his murderous gaze warning them off. Jordan leaned on the sofa, a cigar in his thin lips, and two long legs on the coffee table. His posture was lazy, his eyes slightly lowered, his jaw tight, giving his handsome face a wild yet beautiful appearance. Will looked at the man beside him, a popular face with both men and women. He laughed devilishly. Jordan, bro, you give off an otherworldly look, but you don't know how many of these women who came tonight want to eat you up. Jordan blew out a mouthful of smoke and said indifferently, "What does that have to do with me?" Will licked his lips. You have no interest in women. Don't tell me it's like the rumors that are going around. Are you secretly in love with me? Jordan kicked Will. Go to hell. Or are you secretly in love with Jack? Jordan raised the corner of his lips into a faint smile. Will, do you want to die? I can easily grant your wish. Will raised his hands in surrender before Jordan could attack him. Bro, I was wrong. You don't Jack or I. Does that mean you are interested in that little girl who almost died by your hands? Jordan took a breath of his cigar and narrowed his dark eyes. He did not admit or deny Will's probing words. Are you tempted? Bang! Jordan kicked over the coffee table, and the expensive wine on it rolled to the floor, breaking into shards. Hearing the noise, several young stars huddled together in horror. The man who kicked over the coffee table while sitting on the sofa wore a dark and menacing expression. He stubbed out the cigar between his fingers and flung it into the trash can. He glowered at Will's innocent face. "Can you not be so damn gossipy tonight?" Will shrugged his shoulders and gave a provocative smile. "Seems like you got dumped." Without waiting for the cold-faced man to speak, Will jumped up from the sofa and escaped cowardly. Just after Will had jumped away, the phone that Jordan had thrown on the sofa gave out an alert tone. Jordan's slender, long fingers picked up the phone and activated the screen. Seeing that the woman had accepted his friend's request, he snorted with a cold look in his eyes. Rejecting him, but accepting his friend's request. Such a scheming woman. But as a single mother who wanted to find a man, how else would she attract them without being a little more calculative? Jordan placed his phone face down on the sofa and asked the attendant clearing up the coffee table to pour him a glass of wine. Will was dancing under a colorful lamp with a gorgeous young woman, but kept glancing at the man who was drinking alone on the sofa. He felt that there was something wrong with Jordan tonight, but he couldn't pinpoint the reason as to why. Jordan was handsome and wild. He could make people shiver with his cold air, make them willing to surrender to his violence, and also make people unable to stand his evil. About half an hour later, Will saw a faint light coming from the screen of Jordan's face-down phone. Jordan picked up his phone and glanced at it. His face, which had a cold expression on since he entered the room, suddenly gave a smile that looked very strange in Will's eyes. This piqued his curiosity completely. Who had sent something to Jordan? What on earth was it that could make the bad-tempered Jordan laugh? The woman in front of him was trying her best to make eyes at him, swaying her slender waist coquettishly, and her breasts brushing over the man's blue shirt from time to time. But no matter how much effort she had put in, the man had no reaction and did not respond at all. The woman followed Will's gaze, which was now fixed on the corner of the room, and saw the awe-striking tall figure of the man, whose emotions were hard to read sitting in the dim light. One who did not like women to be near and had no reaction when women were near. Could it be that there was something fishy between the both of them, as the rumors said? Both of them had unbelievably good looks. If there was really something between them, it was such a waste for them to be together. But who is the aggressive one and who is the submissive one? The man sitting on the sofa was wild, arrogant, and egotistical. Would he be the aggressive one? When the woman realized that she was seducing a submissive one, she felt a little listless. Will did not notice the changes in the woman's expression. When he saw that Jordan kept on staring at his phone, he could no longer hold back his curiosity and pushed the woman away, striding purposefully towards the man in the corner. Episode 22. Women are complicated. In the eyes of the woman, Will looked like he couldn't wait to fly back to his lover by the way he was rushing towards Jordan. She didn't want to admit it, but she couldn't deny the two of them sitting together was quite pleasing to the eyes. Come to think of it, a flirtatious and charming young man could probably only be conquered by the arrogant and wild Mr. Moore. If they went any further, it would probably make her die on the spot. Will had his attention set on Jordan's phone. If he knew what that woman was thinking, he would have pushed her away and said, "Having an overactive imagination is an illness. You should have it looked at." Jordan received a picture of Daniela, showing her coming out of the bathroom wearing a nightgown after taking a shower. Her long brown hair was wet, hanging over her shoulders. She was holding a towel with both hands and was wiping off the drops of water from her hair with her head tilted. Her petite face was fair and beautiful, and her lips were bright red, as if they had been roughly kissed by him. Jordan put a cigar to his thin lips and stared at the picture for a while. As the screen darkened, he unlocked it and continued to stare. Daniela, fresh out of the shower, looked ravishing, like a lotus flower that had risen from underwater through the mud. Without the mask of makeup, she looked as exquisite and pure as a college student who had just entered campus. Her figure in the nightgown was slim and delicate, not at all like a woman who had given birth to a child. Suddenly, a hand reached out and grabbed the phone from Jordan's hand. Before Will could clearly see what the woman in the picture looked like, Jordan swiftly snatched it back, at the same time delivering a good kick on Will's calf. "Fuck, Jordan, you didn't have to kick me so hard," Will complained. "When have I ever hidden my porn pictures from you? The one you're looking at must be wearing a strapped skirt. Let me see." Jordan stood up from the sofa, his tall figure imposing as he was hidden behind a shadow. He looked threatening and hostile, his dark eyes throwing sparks. Will saw that Jordan was about to lose his temper and tried to calm him down. All right. If you don't want to show me, I won't look." Jordan scoffed and walked out of the room with his phone in hand. He did not walk far. His tall body leaned against the wall, a slender leg bent casually, and he looked at his phone again. Other than sending a picture of herself after shower, Daniela did not send any texts. Playing tricks on him again? Jordan frowned and got a little annoyed. He sent an exclamation mark back with a sad face emoji. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, and still no reply. The anger that could easily flare up in his body began to creep up uncontrollably. In this moment, he had the urge to rush into the hospital, pull that scheming woman out of the room, and give her a good beating. While he was thinking about Daniela, she quivered as she felt a cold shiver crawl up her spine. Looking at Liam, who was messing around with her phone, Daniela walked over and took it back from him. "Darling, it's late. Time for bed." Liam frowned. He had not seen such a non-conversational person before. He already secretly taken a picture of Danny after a shower and sent it to him. That big guy should have replied with something like, "You're pretty. I like you. Can we date?" Right? Instead, he replied with an exclamation point. What kind of response was that? What a temper. What if he is hostile towards my Danny in the future? Well, he didn't want to respond to him. Fortunately, he already removed him from the friends list before Danny took back her phone. Daniela's mood was much better now after her visit to John's office. John told her that he found a suitable bone marrow for Liam. This meant that she won't have to deliberately look for Liam's biological father. She smiled as she hummed a happy tune and took her phone back, completely unaware that she was almost betrayed by her precious son. Club 1997. Jordan was staring at the quiet WhatsApp dialogue box. Finally, he moved his fingers and typed out a symbol, ? He wanted to ask Daniela what she meant. Clicked and sent. An instant reply popped up in the dialogue box. The message could not be delivered. Jordan was usually busy at work and didn't have many friends in WhatsApp. He couldn't fully understand what this message meant, but it was obvious it wasn't good. Will was in the room, rubbing the calf Jordan kicked earlier. Suddenly, there was a loud bang. The heavy door of the room was kicked open with force and nearly broke off at the hinges. The people in the room jumped in shock and looked over at the doorway. A tall figure was standing there. A shadow seemed to conceal him with darkness, and they couldn't see him clearly. His handsome face that always looked distant now looked hostile. "Will, get out of here." Will quickly left the room. The two men stood in the corridor, and Jordan leaned back against the wall. Will helped gloomy-looking Jordan light the cigar that was sticking out of his mouth. Jordan took a few puffs and blew out the pale white smoke. "Jordan, what happened to you tonight? You're way too young to be menopausal." Although he had always had a bad temper, it never flared up as bad as it did tonight. Jordan narrowed his dark eyes and pursed his lips. His face was ice cold and penetrating. What does it mean when you send a message in WhatsApp, but it can't be delivered? Will murmured delicately. He responded seriously. Bro, my throat is hurting a bit. Let me turn away and cough first. Will turned his head and could no longer hold back his laughter. He was laughing so hard the muscles on his face were almost twitching, and he would have cracked up and choked to death if he didn't feel the anger from the man behind him. Will! Jordan, I'll give it to you straight. You've been blocked, Will said, and before Jordan got into the men's restroom, locking the door behind him. Bang! Jordan smashed his phone on the floor, instantly enraged. So that's how it was. Good. Very good. Woman, are you playing me for a fool? He would let her get a taste of her own medicine. Before getting even with Daniela, Jordan went on a business trip. A few days had passed before he returned to Michaeltown. On the private runway, he descended from the plane wearing a long black overcoat, his pants tailored perfectly to his figure. The first 3 buttons of his navy blue shirt were opened, showing his sexy collarbone, which accentuated his firm jawline. He took off his sunglasses and threw them behind him towards his assistant, Martin. His long legs strode directly towards the Lycan Hypersport sports car parked close by. Mark, the butler, was standing in front of the sports car. He opened the car door for Jordan. Jordan remembered something, and before getting in the car, asked, "Is the broken phone repaired yet?" Mark handed him the phone. "Sir, it has been repaired." Jordan took the phone and opened WhatsApp. Still no message. His thin scarlet red lips tightened into a straight line as his eyes became dark and shadowed. Daniela was up before dawn on the day for the second interview with the broadcasting station. Once she washed up and changed her clothes, Liam also got up from his hospital bed and sleepily wished her good. "Danny, I'll wait for your good news." Daniela kissed Liam on the forehead and left full of confidence. Just as she reached the hospital entrance, an expensive sports car sped towards her at a breakneck speed, like an arrow released from a bow. Daniela got so scared, she stepped back and almost fell backwards onto the ground. The sports car abruptly stopped inches away from her heart thudded like a raging bull and her hair stood on end as if on high alert. She blinked, thinking that something was wrong with her vision. There was no way she was seeing that Mr. Moore with bipolar disorder. She rubbed her eyes again, but it was still him. They had not talked in days, especially following that unpleasant incident at his grandmother's house. She thought she'd never have to talk to him again. After all, a person who was high up in the air with a status like his could not be short of women's attention. After Jordan stopped the sports car, he lowered his head and lit a cigar. When his thin lips puffed out the smoke, he looked even more attractive. Daniela looked away and started walking towards the bus stop as if she hadn't seen him. She didn't want to have any further contact with this man. It would only cause trouble. It so happened that there was an empty taxi driving over. Daniela hailed it down and got into the front passenger seat in a rush. She gave the address as she fastened the seatbelt. The driver was about to start the car when there was a loud bang. The car swayed violently, following the sound, and both the driver and Daniela lurched forward. The driver recovered after banging his head on the steering wheel. His features were scrunched up, and he muttered, "An earthquake?" Daniela was still badly shaken up. She calmed herself down, and before she had the chance to see what had happened, her car door was hauled open from the outside. In an instant, her arm was yanked, and she was dragged out of the taxi by someone's strong hands. When the driver saw that someone was stealing his passenger, he quickly got out of the car. "What the heck did you do? I thought it was an earthquake, but it was you who hit my car." The driver did not finish talking. He suddenly saw that it was a luxurious sports car that hit the rear of his car. He was struck dumb, and his mouth silently opened and shut immediately like a goldfish. He didn't know what type of car it was. What he did know is that even if a small part was broken, any replacement parts would need to be custom-made from abroad. The extraordinary repair cost was not something he could afford, even if he drove his taxi non-stop for the rest of his life. Was there something wrong with this person? Why would he hit his taxi with such an expensive car? Driving a car like this, a limited edition sports car, he was definitely someone that should not be provoked. The taxi driver didn't dare to ask for his taxi damage to be covered. He just hoped that the man would not give him a hard time. He inched back into his taxi and drove off as fast as he could. Daniela was forced into the sports car by gloomy-looking Jordan. She struggled to get out of the car, and he shouted arrogantly, "Whatever car you get in, I'll hit it." Daniela gritted her teeth, her beautiful face cold and angry. "Did I offend your ancestors in my previous life? Why can't you let me go? I haven't done anything to antagonize you." Jordan went over to the driver's seat and frowned at Daniela, who was dressed smartly in professional attire. "You don't know what you've done?" His jaw was tight, and he was so furious it seemed like flames were coming off his body, so strong that it could burn the world down. Daniela thought she'd already made herself clear at his grandmother's house. She didn't know what she had done that led him to misunderstanding. But now was not the time to tell him that. She had to rush to her second interview. She was late for the first stage and almost missed her opportunity. She could not afford to be late for the second stage, too. They would never give her another chance. "Since you won't let me get a taxi, then please take me to the broadcasting station." Jordan scoffed. "You think I'll take you just because you said so? I am not your private chauffeur." Daniela was speechless. Did he think she wanted to be in his car? What a pig-headed, narcissistic man. She looked in his dark eyes that were so deep that they could devour everything in sight. Her white teeth bit lightly on her cherry lips. "What do you want from me?" He was silent, his jaw clenched tightly, revealing his anger. Daniela really did not know where she'd gone wrong. How did she provoke him? Seeing that he was not starting the car, she was so nervous that cold sweat broke out on her forehead. She looked away, desperately rolling her eyes at the sky. Suddenly, she thought of something and quickly took a candy out of her pocket. Every time Liam finished taking his medicine, she would reward him with a candy, so she always had them in her pocket. Episode 23. He bit her finger when he ate the candy. Jordan saw the milk candy handed over by Daniela's slender fingers, and his handsome face went dark. Did this woman really think he was 3 years old? His dark, hawk-like eyes glared at her, and he said in a cold voice, "You think that just by giving me candy, I'm not going to kill you? How dare you play tricks on me? Woman, you sure have guts." Danny was perplexed. She had not had any contact with him recently, so how would she be able to play tricks on him? She did not dare to maintain eye contact with his dark eyes. She kept the candy and replied calmly, "Then forget it." The next second, an overbearing voice demanded, "Feed me." It was clear he refused to take no for an answer. Daniela was speechless. "You don't want to go to the broadcasting station?" The man looked at her coldly, an arrogant smile on his thin lips. His intention was clear. If she did not feed him, she could not leave. Danny was already feeling a great amount of regret for her previous fearlessness. Why did she mistakenly get in his car during the day of the first stage of the interview? Ever since then, her luck had been rotten. She gritted her teeth. "Just you wait." Peeling the wrapper, she took out the milk candy and held it up to his sexy thin lips, which were slightly closed. Her fingers were slender and delicate, the thumb and index finger gently pinching the milky white candy. The faint fragrance on her body wafted around the car, making him swallow his saliva, and unconsciously, more than a small hint of excitement aroused from within him. The anger and impulse to crush her into pieces vanished in an instant. Realizing that he had been placated by her candy, he cursed in a low voice with a gloomy face. He opened his mouth and bit the candy on her fingertips. Seeing that he had already taken the candy into his mouth, Danny wanted to withdraw her hand, but he bit her index finger. His hot tongue touched her finger. The damp and hot touch made her have the terrifying feeling as if a poisonous snake was biting her finger. "Are you shameless?" Danny wanted to smack him on the head with the bag on top of her knees, but was not able to make such a move. Instead, her face flushed red. "You're just eating candy. Why did you have to bite my hand? Let go." Jordan looked at the annoyed woman with a slight raise of his eyebrow. There was something lively and interesting about her frowning face, especially when she was angry and fuming with anger. Compared to those women who wanted to get into his bed and would not even dare to complain when he humiliated them, this woman dared to show her dissatisfaction. How interesting for a change. He loosened her finger, chewed the candy, and smiled menacingly. "Aren't you the one who offered your finger for me to eat?" She glared at him. "If you want to condemn someone, don't bother justifying it unreasonably." Perhaps it was the candy's sweetness that made his mood better. He did not bother about the unfriendly tone she used. He stepped on the accelerator, and the sports car sped away. Even though the front of his sports car was a little dented, it was still a unique existence in Michaeltown. It was sure to spur rumors if anyone else saw it, especially if she was the one getting out of it. Danny dared not let him stop at the entrance of the broadcasting station. So when they were still 500 or 600 meters away from the destination, she said, "Young Sir Jordan, I'll get off here. Please stop the car." Jordan raised his eyebrows, his dark eyes looking at her. The intensity of his gaze made her hair stand on end. Every time she looked at this person, she would not be able to hold on for more than 4 seconds. Jordan's thin lips lifted slightly, and he gave an unruly smile. "Only my woman can order me around." He paused and continued in an arrogant manner. "So, you want to be my woman?" Daniela knew that there were 2 meanings implied in his words, and she had to make a choice. If she were to agree to be his woman, he would stop the car here. If she were to disagree, he would drive her to the entrance of the broadcasting station. Danny was speechless. Although he was arrogant, where did he get the confidence that she would be his woman? This was blackmail. What's more, he had already told her the other day that being his woman was equivalent to being his mistress. Even during her most desperate and helpless times, she would never allow herself to be degraded. She did not answer him, and seeing that he was not stopping the car, she reached for the steering wheel. With a screech, Jordan stepped on the brakes, and the cool sports car stopped by the roadside. Danny did not want to talk. She unfastened her seatbelt and pushed the door open quickly. But she had just opened the door a crack when a slender arm reached towards her from behind. She was hauled back by a great force and was pulled back down into the seat. At the same time, the car door was closed. "Young Sir Jordan, I have a very important interview. Would you please have mercy and stop bothering me?" Jordan lifted his eyebrows, his eyes growing darker. He grabbed her wrist and pulled her from the front passenger seat and onto his lap. The space in the sports car was narrow and small, and with 2 people sitting together, they almost occupied the entire space of the driver's seat. Danny stiffened her body, her back ramrod straight. While struggling, she accidentally bumped into the car horn, and the beep sound caused the pedestrians along the roadside to look over. She quickly dropped her head down, feeling the fury twitch from inside her. She She bit her tongue as a way of keeping her emotions in check, as she knew very well in her heart, in front of this narcissistic man, it didn't matter how angry she got. No matter how angry she got, he would not care. On the contrary, it would arouse his anger, and that was much more terrifying. It was not like she had never witnessed how he was when he became angry. She did not want to ever have to deal with that again. If she were to be tough, he would be even tougher. Danny held down the emotions rumbling in her heart and stared at the man with her face tensed. His handsome face under the light was dark and unreadable. Although it was bright outside, there was an added chill and hostility to his well-defined facial features. His gaze looking at her was like an X-ray. With one sweep, he could see through her completely, down to her trembling heart. She pursed her lips, unconsciously feeling panicked and fearful. He wouldn't strangle her again, would he? Jordan saw the panic that flashed through her eyes, and the corner of his lips lifted slightly. You blocked me? Do you know what happens to women who play me like a fool? His long fingers lifted her chin, forcing her to meet his dark eyes. Danny's breathing tightened. Under his strong and bloodthirsty aura, her face turned a little pale. She tried to collect herself, thinking about the meaning behind his words. What block? When did she play him for a fool? Except for the day of her first interview, where she deliberately dropped her ring under his seat to see what he looked like, she did not do anything else, right? I don't understand what you mean. That night, you sent me a picture of yourself after your bath. When he thought of the picture, the eyes looking at her darkened a little, his gaze smoldering black, and his voice became husky and sexy. What are you inviting me to do? Sending me that picture? Danny was getting more confused. She did not even know his phone number. How could she send a picture to him? Jordan looked at her confused face and already knew what was going on, but he did not say anything. His handsome face came towards her beautiful, creamy neck and gave a gentle sniff. My kitten, I wonder if you are as sweet as that candy. Daniela did not understand what he meant by that. There was a hot and damp touch on the skin of her neck, followed by a slight sting. The man had bitten her lightly. She looked at the head buried in her collarbone, and she gasped. What a pervert. Episode 24.
Esperamos.